Nigerian athletes harvest more gold medals as Commonwealth Games come to a close.
President Buhari congratulates Team Nigeria over exploits at the Commonwealth Games.
Killings in Southeast are sad and condemnable, says the president.
On Good Morning Nigeria today, we shall discuss internal party wrangling at the 2023 general elections.
Political party primaries, that is, have been concluded, and the presidential candidates have made their choices of running mates and submitted to the Independent National Electoral Commission (INEC) in good time ahead of the 2023 general elections.
But certainly the dust is yet to settle, with so many of the controversies trailing the political party primaries and the choices of running mates, such that the feeling of disaffection is threatening to tear some of the political parties apart and block their chances in the forthcoming elections.
And the major political parties, that is the PDP and the APC, have been in the eye of the storm as the aftermath of the primaries have been fraught with accusations and counter-accusations of betrayal, lack of level playing field for contestants, monetization of the primaries, and lack of internal democracy during the primaries, as alleged by aggrieved members, some of whom have resorted to litigation to vent their grievances.
Now, all of these have led to threats of mass defection and resignation by disaffected members of the political parties, and why some party members have made good their threat. In the APC, for instance, President Muhammadu Buhari has had to intervene to stop the defection of no fewer than 22 senators to the opposition PDP, which would have made the APC an opposition in the Senate if the planned defection had occurred.
Yes, and again, the APC announced a Muslim ticket for the 2023 presidential race. It has been struggling to pacify a lot of party stalwarts who are aggrieved by the choice and are leaving for threatening to leave the party.
While the PDP is equally not spared of controversy, trailing its presidential primaries and choice of running mate, and this has led to acrimony between the party's presidential standard bearer, Atiku Abubakar, and Governor Nyesom Wike, who also contested the primaries but came second. And that was after the dramatic withdrawal of Aminu Tambuwal, governor of Sokoto State, from the presidential race. Now, the crisis in the PDP escalated after Atiku Abubakar picked Ifeanyi Okowa, who is governor of Delta State, as his running mate for the 2023 presidential election.
And so across party lines, there have been a lot of fence mending, meetings and activities to pacify aggrieved members towards amicable resolution of their grievances ahead of the 2023 general elections. Both the PDP and the APC have constituted reconciliation committees to reconcile warring factions, not only at the national level, but also at the state levels.
Of course, this has become necessary because other political parties are waiting, as it were, to harvest from the strife and disaffection within the major political parties. Now, on their part, the major political parties are not willing to leave anything to chance as they make haste to attempt to put their house in order. Otherwise, as the saying goes, a house divided against itself certainly would be like a pack of cards.
Exactly. And what are the intrigues surrounding the internal party wranglings? What are the mechanisms in place for conflict resolution? And what are the possible implications ahead of the 2023 general election? These are some of the issues we will talk up with our panel of guests on Good Morning Nigeria today. Kinsley, when we hear about reconciliation and the pacification of aggrieved members, it's sometimes a laughable matter. Why? Because what is in the conversation of this pacification? It's just to promise you that when we win, you will get what Nigerians now know today as a juicy positions. I've never had that, in other climes, to say, look, if you are going to pacify me, okay, I'm going to provide, be the Minister of Petroleum, for instance, or health or works and stuff like that. So it's a question of trying to share positions. I mean, if they come to power, that should be the meat of whatever is discussed in any pacification, process, in the parties in Nigeria.
Well, obviously, yeah, that's one of the issues. But more important for the political parties where you have internal dissension is to be sure that they get into the elections with a united front. We have seen how dissatisfaction amongst critical stakeholders in political parties. Such disaffection has sometimes led to a front-running party losing an election in a state. But at the national level, the stakes are much higher. And obviously, we'll see how things go. We've seen a number of persons who contested in the primaries have been complaining. In the APC, for instance, it's you heard what Rotimi Amechi said. He said openly that those persons who were bribed in the course of the primaries are now full of regrets. What we call the buyer's remorse, or if you like, a seller's remorse, because they sold their voting rights.
Exactly. And as far as the political space is concerned, those individuals who sold their votes during the primaries, in fact, even in their localities, are seen as betrayers.
No question about that. Yeah, but these are issues that our guests, as you mentioned, will be taking a look at as we consider that. It's still about 6 months ahead of the elections, but some of this crisis can actually snowball. And when they do, they could create problems for the political parties.
All right. I am Kirian Umayo. Welcome to this edition of Good Morning Nigeria.
And I'm Kingsley Osadolo. I join Kirian to also welcome you to the program. It's a slightly wet morning here in the nation's capital, a lot of drizzle this morning, and we're live on the network service of the Nigerian Television Authority. In the course of the program, our complementary segments will come along, namely newspaper review and business. For now, morning news highlights, and here is Nolin Belame. Morning, Nolin.
Good morning, Kingsley and Kirian. Good morning, Nigeria. And here is the news. Nigeria's Ese Brume set new games record to win gold at the Commonwealth Games, just as Team Nigeria also backs more medals as events in Birmingham enters the final day. Ese Brume leaped a distance of 7.0 meters at Commonwealth Games in Birmingham, United Kingdom. Nigerian sensation Toby Amotion also made history as the first Nigeria's track and field athlete and second in history to successfully defend a Commonwealth Games 100-meter hurdles title. The women 4x100-meter quartet of Toby Amotion, Favor Ofili, Rosemary Chukuma, and Grace Nwakocha became the first Nigerian women's relay team to win a Commonwealth Games gold. As the curtain draws on the 22nd Commonwealth Games Birmingham 2022, President Muhammadu Buhari celebrates the athletes that represented Nigeria gloriously in the competition. In a statement issued by his special advisor on media and publicity, Femi Adesina, President Muhammadu Buhari joined millions of Nigerian sports enthusiasts to watch some of the colorful and spectacular moments in the 11-day competition, which had no fewer than 5,000 athletes representing 72 nations and territories competing in 280 medal events. Saluting the memorable display of Team Nigeria athletes, the president commends the 94 worthy ambassadors that proudly flew the Nigerian flag in 9 sporting events, and for those exciting moments when the medalists brought smiles to our faces by breaking world, national and games records, as well as achieving personal best in their career. Talking security now, the Imo State Police Command has confirmed the killing of 4 police officers in the attack on Agua Police Station by suspected members of the proscribed indigenous people of Biafra and its affiliate Eastern Security Network. A statement by the police public relations officer Michael Abatam indicates that members of the group in their numbers forced their way into the police station using 2 tipper trucks, while also shooting sporadically and throwing improvised explosive devices into the premises Friday night, August 5, 2022. President Muhammadu Buhari has condemned recent attacks against non-indigenous and law enforcement officials by terrorists in the southeast, promising all possible action in conducting a speedy investigation to bring the perpetrators to justice. A statement by Senior Special Assistant to the President on Media and Publicity, Garba Shehu, says the President condemned the slaying of 6 Nigerian citizens and a number of policemen at their duty posts and urged community and religious leaders to do same as government works to restore peace across the country. The federal government, alongside key players in the cotton, textile and garment industries, have stressed the need for more investment towards reviving the sectors for national development. This is coming after the Minister of State, Budget and National Planning said government is providing a conducive environment for investors.
The industries within the value chain still face challenges of low or lack of access to electricity, high cost of alternative power, high cost of inputs, bad roads, outdated machinery and equipment, just to mention a few.
The Nigerian cotton, textile and garment sector holds huge potentials to transforming Nigeria's economy and reviving the textile and garment industries by creating over 2 million jobs.
That's the news for now. Good morning. Nigeria continues with Kiran and Kinsley after this timeout. Please don't go away. I am Nolene Ebel Ame. Good morning.
The Secretary to the Government of the Federation and the Honorable Minister of Health, in collaboration with the National Primary Healthcare Development Agency, announces the official launch of the Scales 3.0 strategy aimed at accelerating COVID-19 vaccinations to mitigate the increasing cases of COVID-19 infections in Nigeria. Date: 8th August 2022. Venue: NAF Conference Center, Abuja. Time: 11 a.m. The Scales 3.0 strategy is an intensive campaign focused on ramping up uptake of COVID-19 vaccines, childhood vaccines, and other primary healthcare services at public and private health facilities and mass vaccination sites nationwide. The public is hereby advised to visit the nearest vaccination site to get vaccinated. All vaccines are free, safe, and effective. Get vaccinated today. For inquiries, visit www.nphcda.gov.ng or call 0700-220-1122. This message is from the National Primary Healthcare Development Agency.
Our pastors, our imams, in every church, in every mosque, please realize that in the course of praying for peaceful and transparent elections, we all have duties beyond prayers. If we want a stable society before, during, and after the elections, what should you be saying to those that worship with you? All Sundays and all Fridays, you are saddled with the responsibility of bringing up good generations. It is therefore your duty to both man and God to ensure peace all the time, no matter about elections alone. People talk to people and people listen. Talk to your followers. Make them listen to ensure peaceful 2023 elections. This message from the National Orientation Agency.
When times are tough, we know that as a mother, one thing you should never compromise on is your family's oral health, because they deserve the best. Oral-B, all-round protection. It's great value. It protects your mouth from harmful bacteria and also protects you against tooth holes and gum problems which can lead to tooth loss. It strengthens your family's teeth and gives them all-round protection. So remember, protect their future. Oral-B for healthier, stronger teeth in just 1 week.
What are you waiting for? What are you waiting for? Millions of Nigerians have received COVID-19 vaccines. I have taken my own thought about you. We have taken our own thought about you. I am strong and healthy. What are you waiting for? What are you waiting for? We are strong and healthy. What are you waiting for? What are you waiting for? Go get, go get, go get, go and get your job. The hospitals, churches, and the mosques. Go and get your job. Health centers, hurry up now. Don't be late. Go and get your job. Bye bye, Corona. Bye bye, Corona. This message is brought to you by the National Primary Healthcare Development Agency, NPHCDA.
Everywhere you go, from banks to hospitals to public offices, mass transit stations, airports, and even telecommunication centers, senior citizens are treated as nuisances. They are not. They are senior members of our society, and they deserve the utmost respect. We shouldn't be having our aged fathers and mothers standing in long queues to withdraw their monies at banks. Our retired senior citizens shouldn't be caught standing in buses for lack of seats or chasing after one just to get to their destination. Senior citizens shouldn't have to sit long hours in hospital corridors with no geriatric specialist to attend to them. Our senior citizens deserve better treatment from all of us. They deserve to be listened to. They are deserving of seat reservations on public buses and priority attendance in public spaces. As young people, we are quick to say, no one owes you. This is not true. We owe the elderly members of our society a helping hand, our services, and respect. Age-friendly societies have more senior citizens enjoying good health, living safely, and engaging in meaningful community work than those who do not. Dignifying age-friendly services for senior citizens.
We are the dynamic global energy company of choice, steering the course of Nigeria's biggest export industry. With years of commitment, delivering greater value and improving lives, NNPC is transformed to better meet your everyday energy needs and retain the position as the largest contributor to the Nigerian economy, generating clean, sustainable energy with integrity, excellence, and creating value for all stakeholders. We are NNPC Limited.
Come on, let's go.
Well, we thank you for joining us on Good Morning Nigeria today on the network service of the NTA. Next for us now is business news.
Economic analyst says the Nigerian arts industry has matured through the years, that many works done by artists in the country are exhibited in various parts of the world, including London, Paris, Rome, New York, and Berlin, which are generally regarded as artistic cities of the world. The Art Basel and UBS Global Art Market Report 2022 puts the size of the global market at $65.1 billion. It is believed that the industry can help to shore up Nigerians' revenue if given the required attention by the government. Observers are of the opinion that Nigerians are very creative and can make something out of nothing, but many fall by the wayside due to lack of patronage and support. With business news, Alika Okbanachi, Arua.
Thank you very much, Alika. Let's go over now to our newspaper review segment.
Bayo Tebi has just joined us. He's a newspaper reviewer, as always. Bayo, good morning.
Thank you,
and
Peter.
welcome.
Good morning. Good morning.
Well, Bayo, good to see you.
Good morning,
It's a wonderful morning here for us. The nation's capital, as I said, is slightly wet. He had some drizzle, but over the weekend, Team Nigeria made everyone proud with their haul of medals. And let's begin by taking a look, therefore, at the window page of the Leadership newspaper. And the lead story for the Leadership newspaper is smack on the Commonwealth Games. The kicker is, as Commonwealth Games end, Nigeria's athletes bring incredible joy to a nation in distress. That's the lead story. Can we take a look at that lead story with the headline right there? There you can see the number of riders there. Team Nigeria breaks jinx, wins elusive women's 4x100 meters relay gold. Amuson makes history, wins 100 meters hurdle title, and says it's mentally challenging and nerve-wracking. Now, you see the quartet, 4x100, Nigerian female athletes who won the gold yesterday. Nefiok is right there, Ofili, Amuson and Amuson, Ofili, Chukuma, and Nwokocha. Those are the female athletes that gave us the gold yesterday. And just to see their biodata is right there against their individual names. You see when they were born. They are the children you refer to these days as millennials. That's the millennials, those who arrived from 1990 right up to the present age. Before the millennials, the last popular age grade were the baby boomers, who were those from 1946 to 1964. But congratulations to them. The bunt, as the saying goes, the tracks in Birmingham to bring in the haul of medals. I'm sure we'll have a lot to talk about that. Also, there on the front page, S.A. Brumer, long jumper, wins gold. And Nigerians react. We are proud of these achievements, and the memories will linger with the nation forever. And for me, this is a special moment and a fitting parting gift, being my last Commonwealth Games as head of state. That's according to President Muhammadu Buhari. Stand up for the champions. Thank you for doing Nigeria proud, and congratulations to all Nigerian athletes at the Commonwealth Games. That's according to the Minister of Sports. Now, also there on the front page, politics is inevitable. Atiku and Wike reconciliation will not fail. That's according to Jerry Ghana. Nigeria's fiscal pressure is imploding. That story is attributed to the Nigeria Economic Summit Group, NESG. All right, Kieran, let's check out our stories.
All right, it's time for us to turn to the Nation newspaper. Let's begin with the headlines above the name flag of the newspaper. NCDC, Nigeria recorded 24 cases of monkeypox in 1 week. It's on page 4. Now, Amusan, Brumer break Commonwealth records. Of course, Kingsley has given us details of that on the Leadership newspaper. That's on page 31. Jai's Bank raked 2.5 billion naira profit in 6 months. It's on page 13. Omala demands end to oil theft in Niger State. The details captured on page 2 of the Nation. But now below the name flag, subsidy FAC demands petrol consumption records from NNPC. It's on page 4. Pantami becomes first African fellow of Chartered Institute of Information Security. The story is on page 8. NDLEA arrests 90-year-old suspected bandit drug supplier at Lagos Airport. The story is on page 3. Now, the lead story, of course, is politics. Wike's camp slams Atiku over divide and rule in PDP. With 4 riders, Governor tightens hold on Rivers chapter. We are resolving rift, says Jibrin. How generals influenced Okora's choice. Omahe, power should shift to the south. Details of all that on page 4 of the Nation newspaper. Air Force kills terrorist leader. 27 insurgents neutralized. For further on that, you go to page 4 of the Nation newspaper. At the bottom of the front page of the Nation, Gombe youths drum up support for their political principles. Well, of course, It's on page 3. You can read on all of that. I didn't want to mention names because it will amount to promotion of a particular candidate. Read all of that in the nation. So let's bring in Bayo now for
Thank
further
you.
analysis. Yes.
Let me start with the one you just finished now, the operations of the Nigerian Air Force, and we will end with the Commonwealth Games, which is very, very good news. But the air component of the operation Harder in Daji carried out interdictions operations across some states in Kaduna, Niger, and Katsina states, and they targeted terrorist camp and enclave. And the indications are that terrorists, including notorious commander who is known as Abdulkadir Lawal, otherwise known as Abdulkadir Boss, was neutralized. Abdulkadir Boss was said to be the Boko Haram member who is based in the Marina area of Safana local government area, and he's been terrifying people in the Katsina axis. In another operation by the air interdiction, the air operation also attacked locations in Mandara Hills in Goza local government area. There again, there were intelligence indicated that terrorists were about to have a meeting, and in the morning raid, over 20 of them who were at the meeting were also neutralized. This time, they included a leader of an ISWAP group who was identified as Alaji Modu, otherwise known as Bembem. The spokesman for the Air Force, Commodore Gapweb, has indicated that yes, the operations are going on, and it may be recalled that last week, the Chief of Air Staff kicked off the operation Show No Mercy as part of the operation.
But the question I want to ask, sorry, what are these as it were, whether they're being complemented, by ground personnel or ground soldiers or foot soldiers, if you like, because if you bomb a particular area, yes, you succeed in scattering them, perhaps get some neutralized, but some will also escape. And for you to say, be sure of capturing a particular area of operation of these men, you need to also have people on ground.
Yes. They in fact confirmed that ground troops who are also involved in the mop-up operation confirmed the success of the air interdiction and the neutralization of many of the terrorists. But for now, they have been able to isolate certain forests where the terrorists are located, and this include Jambirini, Kusugu, Kauru, Kwaki,
Bayo,
several
I'm sorry to again leap in here like Kirian did. Good news from the Nigerian Air Force, good news from the Nigerian military, and we hope that more pressure will be put on the bandits, on terrorists, and kidnappers wherever they are, smoke them out from their hideouts, and that goes on well. But there is another location of critical concern now, which is Kogi State. Ajaokuta, I'm sure we all read the story over the weekend of what happened. Ajaokuta, previously there was an incident, and the state government issued a warning, if you may, read the Riot Act to traditional rulers to say if there was any incident of kidnapping or insecurity, the traditional rulers will be held accountable. Now, a coastal bus conveying workers from a ceramic factory somewhere around Ajaokuta was attacked by bandits or kidnappers or whoever they are. 2 policemen were killed, 2 Indians were killed, and a number of the expatriate staff of that ceramic company were also abducted. And there is no information as at this morning, at least up to this morning when I went through the various stories, no information as to their whereabouts. Again, this is a location for concern, because if you remember, years past there were allegations of sleeper cells for terrorists in Kogi, and since the assault on Kuje prison and the escape of a number of the detainees or persons who were being held in custody in that jail, we've had an escalation of the crisis. What is happening? Some of those parts of Kogi can be pretty lonely, and Kogi, of course, is in a rocky terrain. Some of the locations are rocky. Some of the roads are not so good. It's an area of focus. It's an area of attention that calls for immediate, because Kogi is a junction state.
Yes,
I think you have about 10 states. 10 states.
10 states of the federation.
And again, the Right Act, read by the governor of the state, for me, may not necessarily be enough or effective, because for you to say you hold a traditional ruler responsible, what does he have? I know under normal circumstances, he's in charge of his community. All right, but then he cannot be in charge of criminal elements, who are operating in his territory, and he doesn't have the wherewithal in terms of the apparatus, to checkmate any criminals around here. So holding them responsible, I don't know how far that can go.
Actually, like Kingsley pointed out, some of the persons who escaped from Kuje prison were actually from that axis. Originally, they were arrested from operation from that axis. And so now that they are let loose, I think they've gone back to those their axis, and they are probably the ones increasing the anxieties in those areas.
Let me respond very quickly to what Kyria said. I think holding the traditional rulers accountable has more to do with gathering and relaying credible information that may then become sources of intelligence for the security agencies. If we say, for instance, that bandits or kidnappers are camped out in the forest, those forests are under the governance, if you may, of traditional rulers. And to say that, look, there are people in your forest, it's not as if you are a criminal element and then the traditional ruler must know you. There are some bad people in your community whom you would know anyway, but if there are persons who are camped out in your location and your I don't want to use the word subjects, but your citizens see them, they ought to be able to report back. And it is not just the traditional ruler himself. The traditional ruler has a governance structure to say he has chiefs, he has other persons who are below him to say, look, pass word down, or pass it up whenever you get such information. But Kogi is quite worrisome.
Yes, it's worrisome, and Kogi has a lot of forest area, which initially the Kogi state government had put together a security outfit, which included local hunters, which were also working with the local vigilante groups and the police, and they had for a long time been able to keep all these criminals at bay. But of recent, I think this accidency in their operations is worrying, and something has to be done about it. The other one is the report about the arrest of drug dealers. The one that is very strange and very fascinating is the importation of 3 drums of methamphetamine, otherwise known as Mpurumiri, that had been imported in 3 drums. And it traveled all the way in a bus, Ujuelegba registered bus, and it was not detected until a stop and search operation along Umuahia Akwa Ibom Road before it was found out. And who was behind it? A pastor, Aniete Ofyong, was found to be behind it. And he had actually imported it, intending to take it across the border into Cameroon. The other one is the report Kyrian read. A 90-year-old retired soldier was found with cannabis, and when they found out, he is actually the kingpin who is supplying bandits such illicit drugs in that is increasing. I
don't know how much diplomacy we also employ in our drug war. Now we keep hearing about the importation of meth, as this is called, or other forms of psychotropic substances. Where is the port of origin? Where is the country of origin? Have we engaged these countries? Are those substances legal where they are? I haven't perused the details of the UN Convention on hard drugs, but I imagine that it ought to be a point of diplomatic engagement. If these things are coming from Asia, which countries are they coming from in Asia? We remember the United States on its own had taken some drastic measures against countries of origin of hard drugs. So those are the kind of things that we shouldn't just be hearing, oh, the drugs have arrived, oh, the drugs have arrived.
They even take the war to those countries. America will take the fight to those countries where those drugs are manufactured. So what Kingsley is talking about is like closing down the network of operation.
The source of
the is a network.
Most of the drug peddlers that are arrested at our airports, originally, most of the time, originate from South America. I don't want to name countries. They come there through Ethiopia Airlines and they are arrested at the point of entry in Nigeria. So that's a location for where you don't
have to hide the Colombia and the rest of them, and even Nicaragua. All those belts, in the Southern America, that are the kingpins in the business.
Now, that said, let's come to the Commonwealth.
Yes, we have been warned that we're out of time. So I imagine there will be a lot of celebration around the performance of our athletes.
Yes.
And we'll have the opportunity then of drilling down into the issues and lessons to learn from the superlative performance of the athletes.
Let me ask Bayo this, Kingsley. Let me ask you this. Why is it that athletes don't perform this well when it comes to Olympic Games, for instance?
Well, for this particular competition, there was a specific operation for athletes. They converged at Benin, and there was a strict observation of a time limit. If you didn't qualify for that time, you will not be allowed to participate. And that strictness and making sure that those who met the international standard accounted for the quality of performance. Nigeria placed on the medal table now. We're about 9th or out of the 37 nations that were on the tables. And as at the last count, we had 11 gold medals, mostly won by in the women events.
I'm just saying that when we get to the world stage, like Olympic Games, we sometimes come back with only silver or bronze, as case maybe.
And that is what
I understand what you are saying. Yeah, the Commonwealth is for members of the Commonwealth.
Favour Opili said, he said, we have announced our arrival. And this is to say that Nigeria is ready to take on anybody in the world.
Okay, good.
Well, again, that's good. We had said that we're going to make this brief, but the truth is that Nigeria is no longer a stranger to winning medals at the Olympics, Kirian. I mean, you remember we won that in boxing. We won it. I agree. It's not in athletics. We have also won it. We won a gold medal. Long jump, we won a gold medal 4x4. Sunday Bada, again, we earlier won a silver, but the US team that won the gold suffered a doping allegation, suffered from a doping allegation and conviction, and therefore they lost the gold medal. That was for the Sydney Olympics of year 2000. And then, of course, let's not forget what happened in Atlanta in 1996.
Well, I agree. At least I do better. We
can certainly. Just there's no question about it. We keep improving. Let's just not recede from what we have done. I imagine that Mary Oyade will be all smiles because this is one of the things she's been working hard at. I would know that she's one of Nigeria's most decorated athletes. Bayo, big thanks for being around.
Thank you for having me.
It's Good Morning Nigeria. We're live on your network service on the NTA. We take a short break now. When we return, pardon us, of course, sometimes when we are discussing issues in our newspaper review segment, it just gets so interesting that we'll keep going on and on. When we return, this time we'll be looking at the ruffle within the political parties after their party primaries ahead of the 2023 general elections.
The 157-kilometer Lagos-Ibadan Railway is the first double-track standard gauge railway to be built in West Africa. The Mobolaji Johnson train station is a masterpiece, an infrastructure that is gradually becoming an iconic building in Lagos State. The modern facilities put the station on a world map of train stations. Likewise, other new train stations across the country built to world-class standards. The train and its convenience is indeed an admirable effort, with commendations from Nigerians.
This is a station that we have to commend the federal government for putting a beautiful face, empowering us in Lagos State, not only in economic and political arena.
I can say that I'm really impressed with the infrastructures in place. Kudos to the Minister of Transportations. Kudos to the federal government.
Truly, good things are coming out of Nigeria, and the federal government is deserving of all the applause.
the counsel of our fathers.
My advice to these young people is please do not take us back to those harrowing days. You probably do not know what it is.
Nigerian youths, let's build our nation together. To every politician, as the campaigns gain momentum and passions begin to rise, remember, the errors of your opponents do not make you a success. Do not run down your opponent and inflame passions to violence between and among your supporters. What counts is what you plan to do for the electorate and how you intend to relieve the sufferings and bring succor. Nigeria is in dire need of patriotic leaders at all levels, leaders who will make national development their priority. Concentrate on telling the electorate what you intend to do when you get into office. Focus on making your vision clear to the electorate. Don't engage in verbal abuses, fake news or speeches. Keep dealing with issues that will bring progress. You win the hearts and minds of the people by being above board, by being civil, patriotic, and showing empathy. Let's join hands to make the 2023 elections peaceful. A message from the National Orientation Agency.
Get into this beautiful pasta. Chicken soup, juicy looking prawns. Thank you. Spicy fish is here. If you're in Lagos, you need to check out this place. It's beautiful. Oh. I don't want to be an amebo, but you guys have to see this. You? Girl, I'm just trying to give you good content.
Get 2 GB data plus 1 hour YouTube free on Airtel Super Binge Plan. Dial *141 *514# now.
Airtel, the smartphone network.
We are all Nigerians. Against all odds, we shall and must remain united. We may have our challenges, our problems, and setbacks. However, together we shall overcome them all. What doesn't break us shall make us stronger. This is the mindset that shall bring peace, progress, and prosperity to our beloved country. Do not let tribal and religious sentiments govern how you think, act, or feel. Don't be influenced by those who want to destroy our precious national unity. Everybody who is a Nigerian is your brother and your sister. This is the mindset of the new Nigeria. It is also the mindset that we must all adopt. Let us support each other in creating the Nigeria of our dreams. This message is from the Nigerian Television Authority, NTA.
All right, we thank you for staying with us on Good Morning Nigeria up to this moment. And as a prompt for our conversation, which is on internal party wranglings and the 2023 general elections, here is a background report put together by our correspondent, Kunle Adeye.
The aftermath of political parties' primaries in Nigeria is always characterized by internal wranglings and disaffection. Lack of internal democracy and total disregard for party constitution are the excuses mostly advanced by the complainants. Arising from the provisions of the Electoral Act 2022, there is sufficient time between the conduct of party primaries and the general elections for these wranglings to be addressed. With the approval of different modes of party primaries, the direct, indirect, and consensus approach, the post-primary atmosphere in some political parties is still topsy-turvy as aggrieved members complain of non-compliance with Electoral Act, monetization of the process, unlawful substitution of candidates' name, and many more grievances. Consequently, these have resulted in litigations pending before various courts of competent jurisdiction, resignation of some members from political parties, and mass defections to other political parties. To prevent further escalation, political parties have set up reconciliatory committees to appeal to aggrieved members and move to the next phase, of the road to 2023 general elections, that is, the campaigns, which will get underway in September. Will there be a time when politicians will accept the outcome of party primaries without opting for litigation and defection? Is there a missing link in the conduct of party primaries? Or does the Independent National Electoral Commission (INEC) still need to infuse extra guidelines to the Electoral Act? Guests on Good Morning Nigeria will give detailed analysis in a moment.
To discuss the issue with us here in the Abuja studios, we have two regular guests as well as from our Benin Network Center. With us in the studios here, let's welcome Engineer Yabagi Yusuf Sani. Engineer Sani is the National Chairman of the Inter-Party Advisory Council, IPAC. He's also the National Chairman of the Action Democratic Party, ADP, and equally the presidential candidate of the Action Democratic Party. You're wearing three hats, but I'm seeing only one on your head. Chairman, it's our pleasure to have you again in our
It's a pleasure, Kinsley. Thank you for having me.
All right. Also here with us, as I said, another familiar face, Dr. Gali Sharif Ibrahim is an associate professor and head of Department Political Science and International Relations at the University of Abuja. Doc, we're glad to see you again in our
Thank
studios.
you for having me. Good morning, Nigeria. And joining us from our Benin studio is Dr. Osawaru Okunzo, a public affairs analyst. We are glad to have you with us this morning on our show.
Thank you. I'm glad to be here too.
All right, Doc, an engineer, we're glad to have you join us. Let's begin with the chairman of IPAC, because the Party Advisory Council embraces all the political parties. Some persons will argue that, what we are seeing now in terms of the litigation and threats and the wrangling in some of the political parties after the primaries, and some of those things are not unexpected. Well, we would say not unexpected in the Fourth Republic. Things were not always like this. And what's happening?
Well, thank you, Kinsley. You must understand that the journey into democracy in this country is gathering a lot of momentum, and meaning that more and more people are becoming more interested in what is happening, and the stakes are getting higher by the day. And unfortunately, this is against the background of conditions that are not favorable for what one can call a fair situation for the growth of democracy, the way we want it to be. Aspiration of the country to have a democracy that will actually represent the interests of the people and for the people. What you find here is the situation where money speaks, and the situation is not far-fetched. You talk about the primaries. The primaries are conducted by the politicians. Nobody gives money to the political parties to conduct primaries, except politicians. The members themselves do not pay the dues that political parties would have used to ensure that the rules and regulations are maintained, because the saying is that he who pays the piper dictates the tone. So one would have expected a situation where either the INEC conducts even the primaries, because if primaries are so important to the journey into forming a government, people to come out to represent their parties, if it's so important, then just like the government has taken the responsibility to fund general elections, the primaries are even not as big in terms of the size, in terms of what it takes, for them to do it. You could have, even if you are not going to support political parties in other activities, identifying that primaries are key, in fact, is the beginning of the process, then something should have been done, in ensuring that going forward, you have what will represent, the interests of the people. So I think that's one aspect of it. That's why those who have, those who you call money bags, are always, they always have their way, And of course, at the end of the day, laws are circumvented, and people now go to court to say, well, I wasn't given a chance to do this. That law was not observed. This one was not observed, and you find, of course, the courts now becoming the people that will decide the political future of the country, which shouldn't be the case. So I think it has to do with funding. You can't remove funding from what is happening. Experience has shown. I mean, if you look at what emerged from most of the primaries, it's not the best that really emerges. It is he who has the ability to pay. Aside from the issue of corruption, that is compromising the delegates, even that would have been taken care of if the case is that the parties are properly funded. Like I said, at least to conduct this most important activity in forming a government.
Okay. All right. I like it when you started, with the party formation in the country and how it has led to the kind of democratic practice that we are witnessing today. But we'll leave it at that for now until we return to you. But let me get to Professor Gali Sheriff Ibrahim, who is himself a political scientist. Now, we have witnessed a poor internal party management in Nigeria since 1999, and that has led to a non-contributory posture of even many party members. This has led to paucity of funds when it comes to funds to run political parties. And of course, the consequence of this is also the fact that the primary elections are monetized. It has usually been monetized. This situation where the highest bidder and not the best candidate wins election. How did we get to that level in terms of the way we run our political parties in the country?
Thank you so much. The issue of this intra-party crisis conflict, arises as a result of the nature of the society in which we live in. The nature of the society in the sense that there is prevalence in terms of the spread of poverty. And the people in government have resorted into this particular political bargain. That, look, we hold all the political resources, especially at the disposal of the government. And the right time for us to unleash such resources is the time when we are seeking, for the electorate to give us their votes. So therefore, by the time we make sure that people live in penury, and when we come, we provide a little offer to them, then we get their support. So this is the deliberate means and way of creating this particular synergy between the poor electorate as well as those who seek to occupy the seat of government. Then there's a part, there is disagreement among those who wield the wheels of powers within a political party. Why is this so? Once we have little disagreement, then the crisis begins. Disagreement in the sense that if you go back to 1950s, there was disagreement between Akintola and Awolowo. How did that arise? Because of the issue of making or forming an alliance. This disagreement because Akintola wanted to ally with the NPC, Northern People's Congress, while Awolowo was not on that particular page. So that created crisis. Then apart from that, there was also ideology. Once we have difference in ideology, you see the eruption of conflict within and among the party members. Because Akintola proposed what we call democratic socialism, with the action group, while this was rejected by Awolowo himself. Democratic socialism in the sense that there should be a socialist economy, meaning the means of production should be controlled by the state collectively but under a liberal democratic setting. This was actually jettisoned by Awolowo. Then there was also another issue of disagreement in terms of the struggle for supremacy, you know, under the action group. That actually led to the passage of vote of no confidence. And later, Akintola had to leave the action group, which made him to actually venture into NNDP, which is Nigerian National Democratic Party. Then apart from this, you now also come down to PDP, for example. Such disagreement as well as internal party dictatorship, because we've had a situation in the sense that, for example, the then Bamanga Tukur, you know, wanted to impose a candidate on the the Governors Forum, and the Governors Forum had their own candidate, and they insisted that Bamanga Tukur must resign. That created a kind of disharmony within the PDP as of then. Then another issue that the governor should actually control the party executives within their own state. Then apart from this, there was also another issue which was raised by the new PDP. What was that? That Jonathan shouldn't be allowed to contest for 2015 general elections. So these are all disagreements arising from within a political party that create divides. And when these particular divides, you know, are not actually to be mended, then it creates jettisoning political party, cross-carpeting, and the rest of them. Then we should also remember that political party is a group of people of same interest, okay, like minds, who pursue that particular interest in order to achieve their own common goal. But one major thing we must understand is that people of the same blood, who share the same DNA, they also engage in conflict. Parents will give birth to a child, and conflict erupts usually between parents and children, even among siblings sometimes. So conflict is inevitable. It is rather inherent in virtually all ramifications of our lives. And that is why you discover that if we do not share same interests, even if we do, for example, we are likely to engage in conflict. I give you an example that members of the APC, PDP, ACN, Labour Party came together to form a merger prior to 2015 general elections. So these are people of divergent or variegated interests. And now they all entered into APC, for example, and their major and their primary aim was to remove PDP as of then from power. That was the primary objective, but divergent interests. So when APC succeeded in dethroning PDP from power, then this divergent and variegated interests began to manifest. Yeah. Now what do you expect? Crisis, conflict. Why? Because the lack of compatibility of interest in order to run the political party. Then apart from this, you also talk about the issue of that dictatorship which I made mention. Apart from this, there is issue of incompetence and misgovernance. Because if there is incompetence within the leadership strategy of the party, some people will ask themselves, why are we in this particular party? Because we owe the people, we have the responsibility to deliver, and there is nothing being delivered. So the fiasco, political fiasco, failure of the political party to deliver will also bring about resentment as well as a decision by some members of the political party to leave that particular political party. Then
okay, Dr. Gali Sharif, thanks for your opening salvo. Just let's pause you in the meantime and go over to our Penny Network Center, where we earlier introduced Dr. Sawara Okunzuwa. Dr. Okunzuwa, of course, this is a familiar turf for you. And as I asked the chairman of IPAC, some persons very well argue that, look, there's nothing unusual about this. It's the kind of contestation you find amongst members of a political party. But the frequency of this and the intensity of it are sources of concern to political watchers. Should we be concerned about how political parties have managed the current crisis being a fallout, some would argue, of poor internal party management?
Yes, Nigerians should be concerned about how political parties are managed because they exist to help us aggregate the interest from different sections of the mass public, especially the voting public. But that said, the current situation in political parties, for me, I would take the view of those who believe it's not anything abnormal. If anything, we should be rejoicing over it, because the intensity we are having now is a show of interest. The alternative ordinarily would have been apathy and withdrawal. So if the atmosphere is agog and there is no violence and the people are able to thrust forward their interest and insist on them as a basis of bargaining, I think we should celebrate it, believing that our democratic process is maturing. And for the political parties, the issues they have raised so far, let's talk about the two dominant political parties, the incumbent party, the incumbent government party, and the major opposition party. The issues that they have raised, Nigerians have actually waded into. So I think, going by what political scientists are saying all over the world now about whether some places are hard places or soft places for democracy, I think Nigeria is closer to being a soft place for democracy to thrive. Because the incumbent political party, the government, the party of the current government, is already progressed to the point of selecting a flag bearer, and other political parties too. For the party of the government, they have selected a flag bearer who is complemented his ticket by choosing a person of the same faith. That is being a lot of discussion in the country. While the major opposition party chose a person from the northern part of the country, same part as the incumbent president, and that has raised the kind of specter of regional domination or some kind of hegemony. So the debates are on. And then the third party mobilization is going on the other side, which people say is generally amorphous at the moment. So until the elections are held in 2003, that's next year, we wouldn't know what things will be like. Because Nigerians are actually interested. It's a happy thing. And so far, the incidence of violence has been low. That means the political process that's supposed to be kind of continuous bargaining is on. So the political parties should be giving the rein, so long as they are acting within the limits of the law, to run their own processes. So far, I think they have kept to the timetable. So far, they have satisfied what is required of them. So whether the process is noisy or not, or is turbulent, is immaterial, for as long as they are able to fulfill their mission. So the political parties have selected their flag bearers already. Most of their tickets are already complemented. They have running mates and all that. So the problem or the challenge before the political parties now is how to adjust their strategic behavior towards the culmination of the goal they always had in mind, which is the legitimate occupation and control of Aso Rock, our seat of government, next year after the election. At the national level, that's the focus. So most of the jockeying you are seeing within the political parties are all attuned towards that. So for the time being, Nigerians or the voting public, we are watching. By the time the political parties will have been, the election proper comes, the choices will be made. So the process we are seeing is discernible. And some will say even sensible. There's a pattern to it. So I don't think Nigerians should be worried at all about the internal wranglings of political parties. We need the noise. We need to know what is going on, and so on and so forth. The kind of jostling, as I said a while ago. So I think our democracy on the whole too, if you go by the trend, is actually improving. Look at how INEC has set very firm limits. Look at how INEC is asserting its independence. Look at how the courts are forthcoming in making rulings and judgments and so on. I think we should not be suing for the peace of the graveyard. The hubbub we are hearing from the political parties for me is a good sign that democracy is gaining more and more vitality. And what we are going to be talking about is how these hubbub or policy debates or contestation will now be tethered to good governance. Well, by the time we come to the election, whether that will be a voter demand or not, we will also know. But for me, as a citizen, I'm not worried about it at all. I'm happy that the political parties, they are very, very energetic in pursuing what their goals are. Let's see what they will do in their manifestos and so on, and what the citizens will choose from. So I definitely take sides with people who say we should not be worried at all. The political parties are alive.
Dr. Kunzua, but let me invite your attention for a point made by the IPAC chairman, who is with us here in the studios. Yes, the political parties have conducted their primaries. Yes, the political parties now have their standard bearers, but the IPAC chairman drew our attention to what went on during those primaries. At least in some cases, there were serious allegations that probably not necessarily the best emerged. So you probably have looked at the end result. Primaries have been conducted, people have gone, but the sitting rage among some of the disaffected members of the political parties emerges from what the IPAC chairman said, namely that money spoke. What are your thoughts?
Money always speaks in politics. Even in other climes where you talk about mature democracies, doesn't money speak? To run an election, to gain an office is a project. It's going to cost money. And that is actually why we talk about advantages and disadvantages. And broadly speaking, some people even contend that democracy should not be for developing countries. I disagree. We have varieties of democracy. It is true that mass poverty is a factor that detracts from the ideal of democracy. Advantages and disadvantages are distributed. That is why you have a political party, to mobilize the requisite resources from the different sections of this party. That is actually why you have subscription, not necessarily about money now, even the moral will to believe in the vision of a political party. Money will always play a role, and as a matter of fact, there is no pure democracy anywhere in the world. In our own case, the issue of money in form of plutocracy and so on is there. But the summative factor is whether our new president, our new governors, our new lawmakers across the country come 2023 will be subjected to the will of the people. Or that there are going to be intermediary processes that will funnel into that. So that is not peculiar to Nigeria at all. And we should not waste our time on that. Money will always confer advantages on people at every level. And we are talking about power play that the political parties are involved in. What are the methods available to them? You are either going to persuade, you are either going to induce, or you coerce. So far, if we say there's not been so much violence, coercion has been minimized, and people are trading whatever it is. If money is not taken or money is not given, it might not be taken. And if there is no money that is going to be taken, money may not be given. So let us see it as a stage in our evolution. Down the road, when education will have improved around the country, people really know what the stakes are. People also know that when you believe in a political party, you have to subscribe to it, and the party will have independent means of financial control and so on. We begin to talk about all these issues. Money definitely confers advantages on different people, in different activities, not only the political atmosphere.
I will agree with you to a reasonable extent, but I cast doubt on the fact that money will always speak in the kind of peculiarity we have here in the country, where delegates are given dollars for them to vote for a candidate, and you say money can always play a role. Is that how it's done in other climes? Are money being given to delegates to come and vote for a candidate during election? Is that how money should be spent in politics? We know about American politics. They use a lot of money because, of course, before you even vie to be a president of America, you need to be a millionaire or have the contacts, that could, swell up your pocket for you to run an election. But it's all on logistics and things that you have to not on sharing to individuals who are going to elect a candidate that will vie for the presidency of a nation, and somebody is giving money to vote that person, whether it's capable or not capable. That is, for me and many Nigerians, is not a good practice in terms of how money should speak in politics. We'll come back to you in the course of the conversation. We'll come back to you because you will respond much later. We'll have other issues that will link to what I've just said. Yeah, I'm just trying to analyze your answer.
But now, Kieran, just to also throw in this, I know that Dr. Kunzwa is itching to respond. On the eve of the party primaries, on Good Morning Nigeria, we hosted a conversation on the historic duty of delegates.
Exactly.
The historic duty of delegates. Is it your conscience or your pocket?
Exactly. Okay. We're back to the CEO here, and I want to engage the ADP presidential candidate, Yabagi Yusuf Sani, here now. The aftermath of a primary election actually determines the kind of government we're going to have if any of the candidates win the election. Now, from the process going on, we hear about some political machinations, character assassination, people calling themselves liars, political innuendo, and what have you. Is that a good process? Right. And when it comes to the issue of party formation and all of that, why is it that in Nigerian situation, political parties are not formed with respect to the responsibility of a member that should be contributing on a monthly basis to ensure that the party has money to run the affairs of the party, and not a situation where if an individual donates money to a party in a state and says, look, he's the person that dictates the tunes and whatever happens in that state, what should be the ideal situation?
Well, my colleague there from Benin, who was talking, I think he probably is not looking at it holistically, to the looking at the implications of what is happening. Because, okay, let's even take it as a commercialized, environment. Politics is not supposed to be commercialized, but he's saying that it could be commercialized and you still get the results. No, because even in the commercialized sectors of the economy, you find government intervening. Yes, we are practicing what you can call a capitalist system, which says to you according to your ability. But even at that, government intervenes in helping some companies to be able to catch up and be able to compete, effectively. So meaning that there is a need for government to intervene in certain activities in the country. Not to talk about the most important activity in the country, where we recognize the fact that we are operating under an environment, like he says, that developing countries, democracy is luxury. I don't want to accept that, because developing countries must develop, isn't it? And we cannot develop in a wrong direction. Direction we have taken today, like you have said, is a wrong path to develop a democracy and develop a nation, where you find that people come and then all you need to do was to fill your pocket or fill your briefcase with dollars and then come and then buy up anybody. You could be a drug pusher, you could be a killer, you could be anything. The man does not even want to know what your name is, not to even talk about your track record. All he wants to know is how much dollars is he paying. That's what our democracy has become, plutocracy. And we cannot afford to have this. The whole world is looking up to Nigeria for leadership, and we cannot give this kind of leadership to the rest of the African continent, African countries, not talk about the whole world, that Nigeria has become a global player, in such a situation. That's why some of us are not agreeing with the belief of the government that this thing should be left on its own. This cannot be laissez-faire, situation yet, as far as political, development is concerned. We are still at the base, at the embryo stage, if you like. Look, America, over 200 years have been spent on this, and yes, they had their problems, but there has to be some kind of intervention, by the government, because this is the most serious business. If you are going to invest in small companies that wants to catch up so that they can survive, this is the biggest, responsibility of the government that we cannot just overlook, and we can't pretend to say that Nigerians can afford to run democracy. Democracy is very expensive. So also doing business is not so cheap. But government has decided, in the constitution, in the laws, setting up institutions to deliberately help, some companies that are doing some jobs. Some businesses. Also here, political parties cannot be formed and then allowed, to be run by the capital, with the capitalists of individuals that have money. That is inimical to this country, from all ramifications. That's the point I'm making. Yes, we are going on, but are we going in the right direction? No, we are not. And again, when you look at it against the background of all these dichotomies that we have in this country, such as you are talking about religion, you are talking about the kind of clothes that the man wears, you are talking about where he is coming from, you are talking about whether he's somebody that is a particular ethnic group, so all these things, government must come at the top to neutralize all these things, and how do you neutralize it? It's like he says, money speaks. Money can speak in certain areas of our democratic development, which will not be in any way adisma to a virile and then strong democracy anywhere at all in the world. So Nigeria, like I said, we must give example of what we want other African countries, to copy because they look up to us. And this is not an example to show to other countries. That is why some of us, in running these political parties and having to run, for the bar offices, we are not happy with what is happening because we believe that today Nigeria is a country that requires hand-on, people with hand-on experience, people with track record, people that can think out of the box. Not the kind of things that we are throwing up for Nigerians to now choose from. That means we want to retrogress. It's so apparent. It's not that because I'm running, for office, that's why I'm saying this. It is so apparent that Nigeria is not being taken into the right direction yet, from the experience of the primaries that I've had, so far. If all these people making so much noise and they're abusing themselves, well, like you said, it's because the condition itself, that is the ground rules, are not observed. And EFCC, ICPC, the police themselves saw what happened in those primaries. They didn't see. They were even in the primaries, the arena themselves. And they want to tell us that nothing happened that will call them to investigate and to even cancel some of these primaries. So who is fooling who? So this is the point we are making, that we must wake up to our responsibilities as a nation. We must also wake up as individuals, that especially institutions that have been, taxpayers have been spent on them to help. If there's anywhere to fight corruption, I think this is where it is, because you are recruiting your leaders here, and you allow corruption to be endemic, to take place openly with impunity, and nothing is done, and you say are fighting corruption. So this is why we are saying that yes, we are having a democracy which is progressing, but in the wrong direction.
All right, Engineer Yabagi, thank you very much for the points that you have raised. In brief, one of the key issues is that money speaks.
Yes.
In political development, and money speaks in a generalized form. But that what we have seen lately is that money is speaking for delegates. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay, all right. You're smiling, IPAC chairman. We will come back to you. Well, of course, our people say that it is what makes a child to laugh that also makes that child to cry. Exactly. And that's why you have raised the dangers inherent in what we're experiencing. I want to bring in Dr. Gali Sharif Ibrahim again. Dr. Gali Sharif, well, part of the prescription of Engineer Yabagi is that in his opening salvo, that primaries are so crucial to the electoral process, and that the apparent lack of capacity of political parties to conduct free and fair primaries, the so-called internal party democracy issue, should warrant a situation where this is now outsourced to INEC. Are we going to have to outsource the governance of political parties to another entity that already has a major task on his hands?
Well, hang on a second. There are countries that actually, ask their bodies like INEC to conduct
election management
to conduct the internal process. This internal process you are talking about, and even if it means them paying, the INEC, if government say they can't pay, I don't know why government should not pay, because this is crucial, like you rightly said. There are countries doing it.
You said so.
No, I'm saying it. Countries are doing it. I don't know. I can't remember immediately. But like Ghana, I think,
okay,
that should be
that should be a point
to conduct their internal primary.
Yes.
They do.
All right, that's fine. That's a point. That's a point. Perhaps when it's direct primaries, when it's probably too elaborate, that could be. What we are dealing with now is indirect. When it is direct and you have all members of a political party participating in it, or if it is direct and open, which means you are a member of the party, you are also not a member of the party, you can participate, that could arise. But it's a point of research interest that we can look into. Dr. Sharif.
Yes, there is not actually anything abysmal if a political party could actually source other areas of funding in order to determine the actual representatives of that particular political party. If that particular move will not actually change the outcome of the result, of the elections. Secondly, any society which relies on giving out money to electorate, you know, in order to determine the outcome of the elections, I think that society is doomed to fail politically and democratically. Why? Because if I may paraphrase Chinua Achebe, he is man of the people. He said that we are proudly African people. And our true leaders are not those who get Oxford, Cambridge, and Harvard degrees, but our true leaders are those who speak the language of the people. Language of the people in the sense that the yearnings and aspirations of the people. What are the expectations of the people? Then you try to provide that particular utility, dissatisfaction to the people. That is true leadership. You should actually be after the arrears, salaries of your own government, the people you govern, not your own. But on the contrary, our own politicians will rather get their allowances increased and allowances of those they govern reduced. They don't care. So true leaders are those who speak and understand the language of the people they govern. So I believe that societies trying to actually monetize political processes, such societies are becoming more moribund and decadent politically. Why? Because there is not going to be any foresight and insight for development, political development, you know, economic development. As a result of what? As a result of lacking in concrete foundation of political structuration. So political management, political parties, sometimes political blunders as a result of lack of critical thought and thinking by those who manage the political parties. We come back to, you know, the ruling party, for example. I always say this, you know, the issue of masculinity and churchility. Masculinity, churchility combined together, and that is how we see ourselves as Nigerians. We live different creeds, you know, different religious backgrounds, but we live together. We never structured Nigeria the way we wanted, because that is how we found ourselves. We found ourselves, we are different people, different culture, different historical background, but we are meant to live together. So for political management, you know, to bring people of the same creed, by actually, and when you talk, people will tell you that it has happened so times, it has happened so. No, Nigeria needs a change, a brighter change, in the sense that a change in which each and every voice should be heard. Each and every people should be represented. And I always say this, you have more than 80 million Christians in Nigeria. So why should we develop a Muslim ticket, for example? What about the other people? So for you to argue that religion does not actually have a position or a place in Nigerian society, I think you are politically blind. Why? Because you need to look at and consider all the structures, all the people, all the belief system, because Nigerians are actually religiously conscientized. So therefore, you need, even if you are making a constitution, you need to look at the culture of the people. You look at the belief system of the people. So if you are into politics, you also look at how do you gain political support. Even though when making political permutations, political parties sometimes misfire and commit blunders. So we are not also, surprised, because sometimes nations and states, institutions and organizations might make a decision that will actually manifest sowing the seed for, you know, their own self-destruction. So I think it's not ideal. So what we need as a society is harmonious political journey. Harmonious political journey in the sense that each and every man, each and every region, each and every faith, each and every culture should be represented, because we are multicultural, we are multivociferous. So that is why our voices should be heard, our different regions and divides should be represented. That is why we are seeing people now leaving the political party as a result of what? We feel we are not represented. We feel we have been discarded. We feel we have been ignored. So this kind of political, lack of proper political management result in intra-party crisis, as well as political conflict and also cross-carpeting.
I like these words, you know, harmonious political journey. where all stakeholders are taken into cognizance, before decisions are made. Now, let's return to Dr. Okonso. I know you want to respond to my initial, comments, on the issue of money and all of that. You could do that, but again, you add this to it. I'm sure you know and understand that primary election process is also a process towards recruiting leaders of the country who are going to be in government. There was this analogy, by IPAC chairman initially, when he said that the APC emerged from 3 or 4 political parties with different ideologies, different interests. In fact, Prof here described it as people with a variegated interests and what have you. And that has also rubbed off on the system that we have seen the past 7 years in terms of, governance, ministers, heads of parties and what have you, who may have come from those different parties under that APC umbrella, who may be actually, trying to also exhibit their own ideologies, not necessarily for the APC, but for that his original party from where he's coming from. So you can see that primaries also affect governance. It brings about, in some cases, incompetence and lack of compatibility. You are saying we should actually celebrate what we're seeing today. The IPAC chairman said, yes, we're okay, but we're not doing it in the right direction. What's your take?
Well, you permit me, Mr. Kurian. It's like our discussion is steeped in morality rather than politics. Because, as I say, politics is a very pragmatic thing. We cannot, we need to listen to our poets and philosophers talking about what the ideals should be. But when it comes to political contestation, really, just like Kingsley said when he was talking, we're talking about a lot of ruffle. And ruffle is never been harmonious anywhere, not even in history. We're talking about having processes that are guided by law, processes whose outcome will be legitimate, no matter the amount of the decibel of the noise making associated with it. And I still contend that Nigeria has improved. Our political parties too have improved because of that. And INEC has been asserting its independence very admirably as well as an umpire. So all these things are there. About money, really, we cannot split hair so much about it. Any project at all takes money, whether political electioneering or buying any kind of good or services or anything. You need money for it. And money is not evenly distributed in the population. That is true. And if money is not evenly distributed in the population and people are bidding for an office, the person that has more money will definitely throw in more money to gain an advantage. We don't have to cry over that. What is important is that whoever becomes our leader respects our constitution, respects the manifesto of his own political party, is committed to the welfare of the people, even as we have in the constitution, and so on and so forth. That is actually where we should wait. But to ask for the state apparatus to descend into the arena because some parties want to be helped, I don't think that will be democratic anymore, because democracy is about competition. Bring your ideas, bring your resources, bring them to the arena, then who prevails? That is the question. So it's an open process, really. It's an open process. And the issue of whether INEC should conduct the primaries of political parties, I'm sure a lot of people will find that anathema. Because the INEC is supposed to be an umpire. Why will he now be involved in internal affairs of political parties? I don't think that is going to run well with any person. Political parties are supposed to organize, mobilize, generate resources because they have a goal in mind. The legitimate procurement of the instrument of power. And it's supposed to be a free feed. And people will bring in all their advantages into it as long as the law doesn't forbid it. So let's not cry about money at all. Those who don't have enough money should support those who have. And those who have enough money, they want to support those who have the capacity. They can also put the money behind them. So the issue we are discussing now seems to be veering towards the decadence of the elite and not the political processes themselves. The processes are supposed to be neutral because they are open to everybody. Whatever advantages you have, it's just like a boxing match when people are supposedly to be on a particular weight category. If one person that punches the other and takes the bet away, are you supposed to be complaining that you're supposed to help the other fellow because he was going to be given a knockout? No. It should not be a competition anymore. You can't tie the hand of one boxer behind him because you want a plain boxing ring. No. Political parties should mobilize well. They should persuade people who are going to vote for them. However, they are going to do that, so long as they don't offend the law, and after they will have obtained power, for as long as they also use the power to serve the interests of the people, I believe that democracy will have been well established.
Dr. Okuzwa, our guests here are itching to respond. I hope we can do that very briefly before we take this short break. He used the analogy of a boxer. See if they're in the same weight category and one punches the other and takes the belt away. Are we supposed to be quarreling? And then, but it says that money speaks.
You see, one major issue is that we're not talking about political morality or immorality, and politics is not a bad game at all, but it depends on how you play it. Because you are asked to play a football game, but you are not being asked to rob any player, you know, on the field. And that is why there is a referee. Once you go against any player and he's going to blow a foul against you, and he punishes you either by yellow card or red card. So what we are saying is not an utter elimination of the use of money within a political process. But what we are saying here is that you shouldn't actually make use of money to bribe people, you know, to take away the right of a people. You call on a delegate and you ask him to swear by the Quran or by the Bible that before I give you this particular money, you have to swear that you're going to vote for me. So if we allow freely the use of money within the political primary environment, then it means that even a madman could actually purchase a political power. Why? Because what my colleague is talking about here is commoditization of political power, which means that you can purchase political power as a commodity once you have the money. No, that is what we do not want in our own society. What we want is devoting to vote for responsible and responsive leaders. Those who can actually listen to the people and act, you know, in favor of the people. Not people who use resources, their own money, to buy power and they buy it for themselves, for their own interest, for their own cronies and cohort, not for the favor and interest of the electorate. That is the difference.
Prof, thank you very much for this explanation. We're going to get to more of that in the second stanza of our conversation. Let's start to break. But I think what Dr. Kunzwa is saying, you know, it remembers for me some of the definitions of political science, you know, or politics, you know, authoritative allocation of scarce resources, and of course, who gets what, when, and how. And that is why in Nigeria it's like a battle. It's like a war, because the resources are scarce, and who can manage it properly and ensure that the populace is well taken care of. That's part of the problem that we have as our own as a nation in our democratic practice. Now let's take a short break. When we come back, Good Morning Nigeria, we'll continue with our conversation.
Nigerians, elections are here again. Let us shun violence. Let us play the game according to the rules. Do not be a thug. Say no to violence. Let's rise and defeat violence, crime, and sabotage against the peace of our nation. Nigeria is the only country we have. We must do everything to keep it united. We must avoid any act that promotes hate and disintegration. Say no to separatist movement, terrorism, fake news, hate speech, religious bigotry, and any act that tends to divide us as a nation. Watch out for strange gatherings and suspicious movements. Restrict access to sensitive documents and data, the disclosure of which may damage national security. Educate your staff and family, particularly on measures to safeguard information and report security breaches. Apply relevant legal security guidelines to protect yourself and your neighbors. Due to misinformation and wrong choices, some idle persons resort to vices in their greed to get rich quick. They resort to kidnapping, killings for rituals, and other heinous crimes. Avoid wrong use of the social media. Before you broadcast that false message, think twice. Ask whether it will promote peace or violence. For safety at home, still be security conscious. Educate your household on safety tips. Report all suspicious movements and persons to the security agencies nearest to you. Be a good citizen. Be patriotic. To pass security information, please call 0813-222-2105, 0915-339-1309, 0908-837-3514, or send a mail to dsspr@dss.gov.ng. This message is from the Department of State Services, DSS.
Ever-busy ancient city of Onitsha is a commercial hub with millions of commuters seamlessly linking other states daily for business, leisure, and other purposes. To upscale its road network, the construction of a 1.6-kilometer long second Niger bridge, including a 10.3-kilometer highway furnished with other infrastructure, has been in motion by the federal government. This project will ease congestion on the existing 56-year-old Onitsha Bridge and boost the economic capacity of the state as it easily connects to other parts of the country. The completion of the world-class second Niger Bridge Onitsha will be one of the many proud moments of the state, its people, Nigerians, and foreign investors. Onitsha, which hosts the largest market in Africa, is geared up to boast of an impressive road network. Once again, these moments are made alive by the federal government, and it is deserving of all the applause.
The counsel of our fathers.
I will urge and advise our younger generation to use talent and brain to sort out problems, not arms.
Nigerian youths, let's build our nation together.
As the 2023 elections draw near, remember, evil prospers when good men and women only wish for peace, but never take a step to make peaceful elections happen. Are you a father? Are you a mother? What are you saying to your children as the elections approach? Have you warned them not to let themselves be used to cause violence? Have you explained to them what the consequences of electoral violence might be? Do your part to make peaceful elections happen. Talk to your children. Protect them from unscrupulous politicians who want to put them in harm's way, while their own children are comfortable at home, within and outside the country. Let's join hands to make 2023 elections peaceful. This message is from the National Orientation Agency, NOAA.
I'm back at said Good Morning Nigeria live on the network service of the Nigerian Television Authority. Very interesting conversation we're having here with regard to internal party wranglings and the 2023 elections coming up in just about 6 months. Now, I think we should also, gentlemen, throw this in, that the internal party dissension and litigation arising therefrom, these are matters that were factored in the making of the Electoral Act 2022, which is why you have an elongated period between the conclusion of the party primaries and the conduct of the elections, so as to be able to accommodate litigation arising therefrom, and therefore not have a knock-on effect on the general elections, with the situation where somebody might get into office and the pre-election matters are still ongoing, and the person who is sworn in after a while, the person is asked to step down on account of a judicial decision. But our concern this morning just has to do with the character and the intensity of the quarrels amongst the political parties. I want to throw this in, IPAC chairman, that mainly when you listen to the comments of some of the party members, you almost ask yourself that in times past this would have been grounds for an accusation of anti-party activity. But there are party bigwigs who are making open comments about what went on and what is still going on and showing their dissatisfaction. Is this a new order in the political parties that, look, whether you accuse me of anti-party activity or not, I will tell you what it is, that are the parties cohesive? Are they being run properly?
No, they cannot be run properly because certain individuals in those parties you mentioned represent those parties. They personify what the party is really in terms of funding, And like I said earlier, he who pays the piper dictates the tune. That's why they can go to any length to run themselves down, because I'm paying. I'm the one paying for what is happening. I'm the one funding this particular party. So that's what is happening. That's why you hear, like you said, people that are supposed to show good example are now coming out and then use languages that you will never expect them to use, against each other. If truly and sincerely they belong to a political party that is worthy of a party, really, in the actual sense of the meaning of what political party is supposed to represent, because it's supposed to be the hope of democracy itself. The entire democracy is anchored on political parties, and that's why I was saying that, I will repeat myself again, government has to take a second look at areas because of our underlying conditions. It's not that you can't pretend to be America. You can't pretend to be the developed societies where people have the economic independence for them to take judgment that you expect them to make, as an individual. So government must recognize this and say, okay, what are the critical nodes, of this process that we need to intervene, And I think, and I still say that internal processes like primaries, is so crucial, because it's like the saying goes, garbage in, garbage out. If you allow garbage to be pushed to Nigerians, that is what will emerge as government, in this country. It has happened. We should learn from the mistakes. We should make corrections.
Let me IPAC chair, with your kind leave. Let's throw this in, because Dr. Kunzuwa objected to or had a contrary view to what you are saying. If we are looking at primaries alone,
yes,
and political parties appear to have a challenge now in conducting free, fair, and credible primaries,
yes,
some persons will further argue that this is a function of the poor management of the political parties, and that the management of the political, say, go and govern your parties. Is INEC or is the government now also going to be conducting congresses to choose the managers of the parties?
It's not just about politics, isn't it? It's also about the economic system that you have in the country.
That's true.
And I say that putting them side by side, I think the political aspect is even more important for government to have more interest in, not just a party interest, not just aspiring to be who you are not, that, okay, let us be like America, where everything is left, on its own. It can be a laissez-faire situation. Where you have laissez-faire situation, the enabling environment, the enabling laws are put there. That's the point I'm making. And the government normally goes beyond the enabling laws to even intervene. Look at our foreign exchange, market. For instance, I'm just using an example that people can understand. Why is central bank throwing good money, to chase bad situation, which is our foreign exchange? Where are we? Billions of dollars is being used to sustain our currency. Why? Why don't you say let it, float, on its own? It's because it's inimical to the economy. This in the arena, political arena, conducting primaries is very, very crucial. If you leave it to its own vagaries, with the capacities of the politicians, when you know that the politicians are not the kind of politicians you want that should be there in terms of their character, their being, the way they make their money, we know that this money 100% we are stealing money. Okay. There's no doubt about that. So the issue I'm making is that as IPAC chairman, I'm recommending to the government to take a second look. I'm not saying they should wholesale, fund political parties, but there are critical stages of the electoral process that must be funded by the government.
Okay.
So that's the point I'm trying to make.
Okay. Thank you for that. And let me return to Dr. Okonzo once more. And I'm going to also come from the point of view of what happens internally in parties with respect to leadership. When it comes to primaries, it is those who have the wherewithal in terms of the proper financial backing that can really run that. And let me say this here, by Kingsley, you know that the worst at what levels of any political party that is in power, that what members are given some money on monthly basis by the governors of those states to sustain the wards, to sustain members of that party in different wards of the state. They are giving money on monthly basis. Some are even giving some like just like cars, motorcycles, and what have you. I don't understand that kind of practice. So I think the party also have the problem of generating fund to run its affairs. But let's look at America, for instance, where we always copy. Over $950 million was raised during the 2008 election in the US. Obama alone raised about $347 million as against $143 million raised by the late John McCain. What am I trying to say? That we don't have a pattern where parties or a Bible candidate can raise fund, public raising of fund to enable him run an election. In our case, we rely either on government or the big wigs in political parties who will throw in their money and of course they tell you what to do in the primaries. And at the end of the day, these primaries will of course produce either a president or a governor or anybody. But I want to Kozo to come in here. How best can let's get to Kozo, I will come back to you. How best can political parties raise money, fund itself, so that you do not rely on the big wigs in the party who have all the money and to throw about during the primary election?
Yes. Ultimately, most organizations rely on the subscriptions of their members and donations. And political parties will not be an exception in Nigeria. However, you are going to weight both categories. Either you have assets you have acquired over time that revenue accrues from those assets, you receive donations, your members subscribe to whatever post we are going to have. Now, back to the chairman of Inter-Party Council. For me, ever suggesting that the government should interfere in running political parties is more autocratic than democratic. And please, I don't think we should go. We have seen quite a lot of that. Political parties have a check. Competition. If a political party bongos is selecting just somebody because he has money, that candidate is supposed to compete against a candidate of another political party. And the voters have a choice in that regard. You can't talk about democracy without free reign of free choice. It's a kind of contradiction. So people should mobilize well. They should mobilize based on their vision of society. And because of the way we are now, our own stage of development, when you educate people more, they are likely to have better choices. As a matter of fact, we're talking about America. America, after choosing democracy as a form of government, also declared public education as public good. Because it was public education they felt was going to empower the citizen to make the right choices. It was not public education that was going to empower the citizen to choose who the rightful leader should be, who they should subscribe to. So we have many challenges here in Nigeria, yet even. Our minimum wage is 30,000. So you don't expect any person who is living on 30,000 naira today to have disposable income to donate to a political party. That sort of person will be prone to expecting something from a politician. So it's a fact of our national life today. I'm sure the statistics are not also very flashy when we talk about those of us who have been sent to school and those of us who have been left out. We will continuously address all these issues in parallel. But for the time being, we have to say this is the stage of our democracy. It may not be the ideal, but we have to climb our democratic ladder rung by rung. That is the point I've been making. And of course, our discussion should be pragmatic enough to recognize what our realities are. A person who brings a lot of money to a political party because he believes in that political party or because he anticipates a particular position or anything, he's going to assert himself. It's not charity. To donate to a political party is not charity. Just yesterday, those of us who are on this program actually paid attention to what happened in America. A particular senator was criticized for being unduly beholden to corporate interest because of the way she voted, even while a member of the governing party. So we don't expect an ideal situation, but I believe the way we are now, our democracy is thriving. We have a lot of things to improve upon. We have a lot of interventions. ANEC is doing that already. Our laws are there. Electoral Act is there. The government should never intervene in the internal affairs of political parties. When we do that, we are veering away from democracy into something else. I hope not autocracy.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Kunzua. Back to Dr. Gali Sherif. Closing thoughts, as it were. Let me ask this question. Against the backdrop of what we hear and what some insiders know. Usually, because our politics is a zero-sum game, the same way our primaries are a zero-sum game. So some persons would allege, for instance, that part of the noise that we are hearing arises from the fact that this has been a hefty loss to the losers. And the argument has also been made that pacification measures could actually compound allegations of corruption. Because sometimes it will very well be, okay, how much did you spend in the course of the primary? So we'll pay you off. The question that arises is, if you're going to, assuming that's on the cards, you're paying somebody off, where would those resources come from to pay off a loser in the primaries? Or if there are promises of, say, going forward once we win, then you have some blocks. Again, persons are raising questions whether that doesn't compound the issues around corruption. To make the process cleaner, it's an ideal situation to make it clean and cleaner, but we ought to be working toward the light.
You see, one major issue we must understand is that such intra-party crisis or conflict can be resolved, through this particular measure which you made mention, pacification, either by replication, of the resources spent by a candidate, or even an offer of a political appointment. For example, if I get to the office, I'm going to do this for you in order to compensate of your patience and consideration, for you to step down. So, three major things are involved. The first one is political cooperation and consensus building, because cooperation, we need to cooperate together, bring our members together to bargain, discuss extensively on how to resolve our internal crisis. And that is why when Asiwaju Bola Tinubu was actually asked to intervene in the crisis within the party before even he contested for the presidential primaries or elections, I could remember that even though there was procrastination in Kano between Kwankwaso and Ganduje, so this kind of coming together, cooperate, it was rather too late as of that particular time, because the enmity as well as the crisis had actually gone far, deepened, extensively. That is why they were not able to resolve that particular crisis. So political cooperation, members of the political party come together and discuss extensively on the causes, the root causes of the crisis, and solve it. Then another issue is competition. So cooperation and competition are better than conflict itself. Competition in the sense that how do you compete? How do I compete in making the party as well as the state we govern better? If you go to other societies, we discover that one region and one region are in competition. They compete in order to see they bring development, to their own people. But the worst is degenerative intra-party conflict, which members of the political party try to eliminate each other, one another. This is the worst. So cooperation and competition are actually better than conflict and political rivalry and bellicosity.
Yeah, Kibe ask a question, why is it that candidates are not able to raise funds? It's because there's a complete disconnect. And the electorates have come to realize that when candidates get to power, they don't remember them, and they even steal their money. Not only don't remember them, so they wouldn't like to donate to somebody who they know, who will remember them, and whatever is belongs to them, he will not bring it to them.
Okay,
so that's why it's difficult.
And that's why we are saying that. And the politician won't even have the conscience to ask them to give.
Exactly.
Where that is going to perform. Well, fine and good. We just hope that this will not generate to politics of personality destruction among members of political parties. And it's here that we conclude this conversation on Good Morning Nigeria. We'd like to appreciate all our viewers, all our guests rather, for being here this morning. First, Professor Gali Sharif Ibrahim, the head of Department Political Science and the International Relations, University of Abuja. Thank you for coming. Yabagi Yusuf Sani, National Chairman, Inter-Party Advisory Council, IPAC, and also the National Chairman of the Action Democratic Party, ADP. When the campaign begins, you can employ me, Principal and I, who can assist you to some during the campaign. Thank you.
All right, but it's been here as Chairman of IPAC, and we always appreciate his presence.
Exactly.
Okay. Very dispassionate.
Yes.
Although other guests always oftentimes disagree with you.
Dr. Osaru Okunzwa, thank you so much indeed for being part of our show this morning. You are a well-known public affairs analyst. We appreciate your waking up with us this morning on Good Morning Nigeria. Thank you indeed. We hope to host you again some other time on this issue of money politics in Nigeria. Thank you.
Okay, that's it for us on Good Morning Nigeria today. Now we appreciate our viewers wherever they are around the country and elsewhere around the world. Join us again tomorrow, same time, 7 in the morning for a fresh package of Good Morning Nigeria. I'm Kingsley of Salvador saying have a nice day.
And I'm Kieran Umayo. Have a good day.
I'm actually a passionate baker. I don't rest until everything is done. When I entered university, anytime I'm broke, I'll make cupcakes and go and sell to the other students.
Decorating cake it's an artistic thing, and art is, dynamic.
Join us on Baker's World every Thursday on the network service of the NTA. Baker's World, celebrating creativity. Don't miss it.
The day, 7 days a week. You can watch NTA International live on your TV, computer, iPad, tablet and phone. Log on to visiontv.co.uk and click on Entertainment, then NTAI. You can also download the iOS or Android app on your mobile devices to watch NTA International on the go, anywhere in the world. NTA International, your window to the world.
Hey beautiful, your eyes, your smile are all begging me to take you home tonight. Now reading page 3. Experience unlimited super-fast internet access from Intel 4G. Intel. Live more.
living responsibly for a better Nigeria. This message is brought to you by the Nigerian Television Authority, NTA, in collaboration with the National Orientation Agency.
NTA Tuesday Live, analytical, in-depth, educative and interactive on national issues accommodating all sides of opinions.
We as a people have understood that we have to fight corruption before it fights us back.
Poverty has a financial index, so it should be fought also with a financial weapon. Give it to the social investments program. It has been a very courageous battle.
Tuesday Live, every Tuesday at 10:30 p.m. Join us. 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. You can watch NTA International live on your TV, computer, iPad, tablet and phone. Log on to visiontv.co.uk and click on Entertainment, then NTAI. You can also download the iOS or Android app on your mobile devices to watch NTA International on the go, anywhere in the world. NTA International, your window to the world.
This is the network service of the NTA.
Welcome to Thoughts for the Week. And we're talking proverbs, wise sayings, allegories, you name them, things that help us to understand life better, and we use them to talk about things happening around us today. And most of the proverbs I get from here. I hope you know that already. Now, let's take a look at success. What is success? If you go through the thesaurus, for instance, you'll find some keywords used to describe success. Achievements, triumph, wins, and so on. One of the major opposites of success will now be failure. That is a very, very strong word. A sage once said that the road to success is like a road under construction. Take a look at this road under construction. You can see that we have a lot on the road, signages, heavy-duty machines. You can see them, a lot of people working on the road. That's exactly what the sage has said the road to success is like. That means you have to work on this road, maneuver all the signs, all the heavy hurdles along the path to success. You have to learn to do that, because our elders have said there are no shortcuts to the top of the palm tree. A wise one once said, to try and fail is not laziness. Did our elders not tell us that on the path of life, the path to success, that we'll meet different things? Failure being one of such things. Did they not say that we should try, that eventually we would succeed? They told us this, that what happens to you does not count as much as what you do about what happens to you. That means how you react to what is happening to you matters a lot. I was thoroughly pained recently when a young guy took his life because the music industry hadn't favored him as much as he had wanted it to. Why? Did he not hear the story of a particular man? I'll tell you the story of this man. This was a man who believed what the elders had to say, that nobody knows tomorrow. Tomorrow is pregnant and nobody knows what it will bear. I'm talking about Baba Fatai Rolling Dollar. After so many years of struggles of watching the children in quote he had brought up in music explode while he was still struggling, he eventually did make it at age 75 plus. He died a legend. He lived a full life and he was hailed as a hero. Why? Because he overcame all the odds and eventually made it. So if you're young, you're vibrant, don't just give up because you think that things are not going your way. So just like Baba Fatai Rolling Dollar, I'd encourage you to be patient, because it is said that patience is the mother of a beautiful child. So be patient, because our elders have said, the vulture cannot feed on a man who is alive. So keep the faith. Be alive. So our thoughts for the week, it's more like a challenge again. Think about those little successes you've had. Celebrate them. Smile. And be grateful you still have life. Because with life, there is hope. Be determined to move on. Because our elders say, it is only the determined man who stoops to crack the hard shell of the palm nut that could eat the sweet kernel. So stay alive, my friend. The nuts may not be that difficult to crack after all. I'll see you next time. Bye-bye.
You've probably heard people say that you can have anything in life if you dress for it, and they're absolutely right. Before you even speak, your style passes on a powerful message that communicates a lot about your intentions and your motivations. So what does your style say about you? And how do you even begin to align your style with your personal brand? Stay with us to find out. My name is Onyeka Chioba, and this is Today's Style. Today, our style team will be sitting down with someone who is well versed in telling the right story through style. With years of experience in tailoring, style, design, and fashion counseling, she's someone who knows a lot about impeccable dress sense for men and women. Observing Judith Winjel at work lets you know a few things very quickly. She's very passionate about what she does and exceptionally creative.
Fashion is hyper-competitive society. It's not just enough to design, but just to have a brand. It's much more, when you're able to define that person, when you're able to tell a story. And each season presents me with that opportunity. I say me because it starts with me. Yes, it presents me with that opportunity to tell the story in someone's life.
Fashion creatives have a few things in common: a love for clothes and certainly a love for design. For the CEO of a line clothing brand, however, the similarities to other designers end there, as she has spent the last 9 years in the fashion industry, having a niche as unique as her designs.
How did it all start for you?
I've always wanted to be a designer. However, I had well, the support wasn't there from the onset. I would think that some people did not just believe in the fashion thing.
Most especially our parents, they wanted to be a medical doctor, a lawyer, some engineer, something like that. They don't believe in fashion designing. Who does that?
So I just had to go to school, follow the normal trend, go to school, finish, work in the government and all that. But I said no. Okay, now I'm done with sociology. So I think I need to face my passion. I saw passion calling my name,
Calling Judith.
Yes,
Judith.
You just have to, your presence is required. I was actually styling people while I was at school. Yes, so as soon as I was done with school, I just figured out, okay, it's time to, go right into the business and make a difference, because I felt the need, I felt my presence was actually needed in this industry. I saw some things that were lacking, and I decided to come in to fill in that space.
Even with such clarity of purpose, Vinjo's beginning in fashion was anything but easy.
How do you come out of your challenges?
The only thing that keeps you going is passion.
Yes.
What has kept me on the job is not money. It's the passion, the love of what I love. Money is not it. I didn't start with money. As a matter of fact, the banks will tell you, because it's a new business, you have to operate the account for at least 6 months. You operate the account for 6 months to tell you, we can't actually give you a loan now, currently, because your turnover is not quite encouraging. And we can only do you working capital. I remember I had that experience years ago with my bank. I don't want to mention the bank's name. And I went to my bank and I told my bank. And I said, okay, operate for 6 months. After 6 months. And they said, okay, we cannot give you cash. We can actually buy some things that you need. And I said, okay, these are the things that I need. We don't have vendors for these things that you need. So indirectly, the working capital they promised me wasn't forthcoming. They promised me things from vendors that I didn't actually need them. They wanted to give me AC. As at that point in time, comfortability was not my problem.
Yes.
I wanted machines. Yes. I started from the scratch. I didn't have a machine. So I used to I would buy fabrics from the market, take it to tailors, sketch for them. As at that time, I didn't know how to sketch professionally. Sketch for them what I wanted, designed, made. They would make it and I'll sell it. But I believed in myself. I believed this was what I wanted to do.
Yes. And you keep pushing yourself to get to the level you have to be.
Pushing until I was able to get a machine. Finally, I got a machine and I didn't know how to sew. I had to go learn how to sew. I went for a year.
Okay.
Yeah, for a year. And then I go for each and every year, I upgrade myself.
Okay.
Every year, I take a course. Every year I take a course, to improve myself.
A true conceptual artist, Vinjo is always thinking a step ahead of the norm in her quest to make a difference in the fashion industry. Her creative approach enables her to turn commonplace fabrics and trends into show-stopping designs. Take the organza fabric, which is having a major resurgence this year. A line is breathing new life into this revived trend with stunning results.
Do people really appreciate this fabric?
People love this fabric. Be creative. Just do something different. So the organza is well acceptable now. You find them, we use them specifically for, gowns. Sometimes we use them just for highlights. As you can see this now.
It's just for the skin.
Exaggerated sleeves. Yes. We just used to achieve that. And then you have this one also. But this is like a kimono, but it has an Ankara silk. This is a silk Ankara. right here. And then this is an organza jacket right here. You see? This is actually highlighted with pink apple. Yes, yeah, you can see that. This is organza as well. It came in a royal top, just that we had to line it with a black lining. So someone looks at this and is wondering like, okay, what kind of fabric is this? It's actually organza. Fashion is an evolving, ever-evolving journey. I mean, it's not something that you think, oh, this is outdated. I mean, we used to have the cold shoulder back then. It's about in the 60s.
It's back in vogue.
It's back in vogue now. This is what people want to see. We had a wedding, I think about 6 months ago, thereabouts, that we used the special cake for the bride, you know, to achieve the cold shoulder outfit. It was so lovely. It's about creativity and design for everybody. I style men, women, kids, and I express myself through these people in, you know, both English wears, the African wears. You know, if you go to our site, we have the African fashion, we have the English fashion. So we do both bespoke and ready to wear.
Talking about fabrics, how do you source for your fabrics?
Everything is about source. So we source for our fabrics both locally and internationally. However, there's a special kind of fabric that we bring in, the cashmere. It's one of the fabrics that we use specifically for kaftan and suit suits as well. Okay. Yes, so it's just we bring that from abroad, and when I say cashmere, it's cashmere. The premium fabrics. We do the organza, we do chiffon, we do crepe for ready to wear, silk, natural silk. We do satin. We do, we use so many fabrics.
There's a breathtaking versatility to Vingel's creations, and this doesn't end just with the fabrics. Where others specialize, Vingel incorporates diversity into her design by accommodating male and female clothing across a range of body types. Vingel makes a point to understand every client intimately, studying their taste and their purpose to put them in clothes that speak most accurately to their story.
Some customers don't know what really fits their body shape. Some designers find it difficult to sew for some certain body shape or size. Why is that?
Well, it depends on the designer to start with. What does the designer know about fashion? Fashion in its context, it's something that the designer has to bring home. When you bring it home, you're able to define body types, even if you didn't go to fashion school. Secondly, I would advise every designer to get an adjustable mannequin. It's easier when you have an adjustable mannequin. Professionally, you could go to fashion school, study all that. But when you come out, there's a practical aspect of it.
That's the most important part of it.
Very important. Before I can even design for you, before we make an outfit for you, you must have seen it. We design and we send to you, you approve of it. When we find you, we create a niche for you. That's number one thing we do for all our clients. When you come to us, we counsel you. We want to first of all explain to you your body type, because some people don't even know. You need to understand the kind of dresses that fit you. I mean, you have ladies where they have the upper chest is a little bit larger than even the down part of your body. So that's like for such a woman.
So you put that into consideration.
All of that into consideration. Yes, all of that. And some would tell you no. They see something on someone with a figure 8 and they want that, and you don't have that shape. It won't work for you.
You have apple shape.
Exactly. So we try to correct that. But we have fashion houses where the owner of the fashion house did not study fashion, knows nothing about fashion. So he or she ends up depending on someone else who their judgments may end up being what is probably not acceptable. That's why I said you have to first of all bring it home. It should be passion to you. Why are you really doing it? If you know this is what I want to do, then you should go ahead and, study body types. When you're able to study body types, even if you didn't go to fashion school, it would help you. When taking measurements, if you don't have an adjustable mannequin, it will help you.
Vinjo's keen attention to quality has become synonymous with her brand. And with that commitment to detail comes a preciseness about every aspect of her production process.
We have people that supervise every work that goes out. And I won't say this because we have foreign tailors, but it's because we are very meticulous. We are detailed, very detailed. From the threads that we use, from the stitching, we are very detailed. Because our designs speak for themselves. We don't have to start talking about it. Just wearing it speaks. 9 years has been quite a journey. There were points that, I was working at the same time. I was working to gain experience, to improve the fashion outfit. It was quite challenging. And I came back fully again, and it was, quite challenging. But no matter how challenging that is, the difficult part is having challenges with your clients, having loyal clients. Yes. Because without your clients, there'll be no goodwill. Yeah. There'll be no referral.
Of course, yes.
You just need to satisfy your clients and satisfy them real good.
Ultimately, Vinjo believes that passion should be the defining characteristic of any good designer.
Young entrepreneurs out there, or let's say youngsters who are thinking of going into the fashion business, what advice do you have for them?
Nobody would believe in your vision. You're the one seeing the vision, you're the one with the dream, you're the one who sees it. It's so alive to you that no one else can see it but you. So you have to keep the passion. Just keep it. If you have the passion, you will strive for knowledge. You will work towards improving yourself. It's a day-to-day thing. Every minute, every day, you're doing something regarding that dream, regarding that vision. I'm always looking for that extra. Even when I walk about, when I go to offices, when I'm shopping, and I look at people dress, I'm like, I would have dressed you better.
And I can see you doing so well in your field.
Absolutely. Thank you.
And that was an interesting chat with the CEO of Align, in person of Judith Vinjo. Don't go anywhere. The program still continues after the break. I think I've seen this particular one on you. Yes, I've seen this one. It's nice.
And the organza,
Yes, the shiny organza.
Yeah.
Because I can say it's shiny. It's lovely.
Actually, when I'm sketching, my inspiration sometimes comes from my day-to-day activities. And it looks like, today was very busy. So I try to create a busy environment. This actually came from a scene I saw at the Eagles. I went to the square. The Eagle Square.
Yes.
Yeah, and I saw people were trying to walk, and they were marching, in a straight line.
Okay.
And I got back, and it was just this situation. I'm like, okay, so we don't have lines connected together. People just having. So this actually represents people.
Okay.
This represents people on a straight line going somewhere.
Inspired by the duality of Align's brand, our next feature will show you how to add an extra dimension to your closet by styling menswear with a chic feminine twist. Menswear-inspired looks have always been popular for decades among fashionable women. It's a classic combination of simple silhouettes that continues to prevail regardless of season, year, or what's on trend. The simplicity of this trend is its ability to provide a polished look, which in turn adds elements of sophistication when it's embellished with hints of feminine touches. Focusing on its versatility and function to the wearer, this trend has had a lot of impact on the fashions that women wear. It comes as an option that really is something to embrace, whether your style is classic, edgy, preppy, girly, or more laid back. This trend shows off numerous looks borrowed from menswear. The menswear trend has become ingrained in women's style, but it can be unflattering if you don't wear it right. Follow these easy tips to master the look, along with outfit inspirations for different occasions. Get inspired by formal menswear through a boyfriend blazer or a shirt dress, or even an untraditional suit. A dress shirt gets reinterpreted as a shirt dress. When it comes to denim, get the relaxed look with boyfriend jeans, a denim shirt, or a dark wash jacket with contrast stitching. For a truly borrowed from the boys look, consider pieces like tailored pants, relaxed denim, blazers, oxfords, or moto jackets for anything from a formal to casual look. Skip the basic one-color blazer and add a perfectly structured option with a print. Go for a blazer with length to add proportion and elongate your frame. Menswear-inspired style subverts classically masculine pieces into something made for women. The key is often tailoring and proportion. Make sure you're wearing pieces that have been tailored to get a perfect fit to your figure. Choose fitted, not oversized cuts, and contrast sharp tailoring with soft accessories. Try to mix it up with a sleek pump, a clutch, or a chic top. The goal of the trend is to take cues from men's style without overshadowing your personal styles. Strike a balance in your choice of makeup, jewelry, and other elements that can make your outfit look busy and overwhelming. Keep it simple and classy, with a neutral lip and nail color, as well as a simple hairstyle and accessories. When it comes to accessories, be creative. Just pay attention to proportion and balance to keep your finished look simple and classy. Oxford shoes and loafers are more versatile than you think. They go with denim, dress pants, skirts, and dresses. Oxford shoes and loafers come in all shapes, colors, and styles. Depending on each personality and fashion preference, different women will have different results when pulling off this style, like going ultra feminine or very basic. There's no set rule on how to pull off this style. The purpose of any look is always to have fun with it. Hope you enjoyed our take on this trend. Join us again next week as we continue to move you up the ladder when it comes to style. Thanks for watching.
This is one of the exotic cultural events, fishing and cultural festival, for which Argungu town is widely known in Nigeria and beyond the shores.
If now the fishing is taken beyond normal celebration to an international event, then it's not a surprise to all, the moment you reflect back to history. So one can say, even before what we now know as Argungu Fishing Festival, which is celebrated largely annually, the issue of fishing and the fishing activities served as backbone of commercial, political, as well as social life of Kebbi. So, but having it celebrated in this magnitude will go back to the year 1934, when it was formalized, and also it was intended, one, to bring almost to all major stakeholders, all major empires, in spite of differences whatsoever, to bring them together under one platform, under one umbrella, to celebrate and also to joyfully, engage in some other, social interactions.
And so we believe we are appreciated. Our festival is appreciated at highest level by the United Nations, UNESCO. It is now a festival a heritage festival for humanity. And I think it is the only festival in this part of the world, West Africa, to be that as such. So one can say the entire world has really appreciated us. Our country has appreciated us. This year we were optioned after 10 years break to celebrate the Egyptian festival. And the president personally came from Abuja to declare it open, which is the first time in its history. And this underlines the fact that this is now foremost priority in terms of cultural festivals.
Right from the time of Kanta, the king, that is from whoever was the king, right from the time of Kanta, he will choose the best river. He will come with all the water chips, like Homa, like Merua, and all water chips, and the fishermen to that river which was selected. They will fish inside that river. Before going into that river, there will be some incantation by our priest. Our priest, that Bori cults, they will go into that river inside the canoe. They will go into the river, deep under the river, passing some incantation, doing some incantations that our people are now going to fishing period. So we want our fishermen to observe this period safely. We don't want anything. We don't want any harm. So our people of the water, that is the spirits of the water, we want you to protect our fishermen. We want have peace in the fishing period.
Argungu was founded in 1831 by Yakubu Nabami, following leadership tussle in the ancient city of Surami and eventual demise of Kanta.
So he came back in 1849 and gathered all the former war generals of Kebi, from Ariwa, from Zabarama, from Adar, from anywhere, where all the provinces he knew. So he called all the war generals that he want to revive the empire. He wanted them to support him. So he was elected as their king. That is in 1849. So Yakubu started expanding the empire. He started capturing all the areas covered or captured by Fulani.
So what is special about Nabami is that he served as a link between two epochs of history. That is the taking over or the crossover of the Sokoto Caliphate into the Kebi Kingdom. Because it's interesting to note that Sokoto Caliphate first established itself in Kebi Kingdom. In fact, it was one of the few of the Hausa states that accepted Shehu. As Shehu started preaching, Kebi, especially during the reign of Sarkin Kebi Suleiman, invited him, supported him, accommodated him, and gave him all the necessary support. Kebi Kingdom was brought into power again after some decades of weakness by Yakubu Nabami. Yakubu Nabami, as the 22nd Sarkin Kebi, or if you like, Kanta of Kebi, was able to broker what was called alliance in between most other states in Hausa land. So that was why you have the Arawa for the first time, you have the Zabaramawa for the first time, you have the Kengawa for the first time, and other major, tribes, especially in the Doso area in Niger and Junju and several others. So he was able to rally their support. So they gave support to Kebi Kingdom. If you like, you can say that Yakubu Nabami was the first to consolidate Kebbi Kingdom after it was weakened as a result of warfare and the conflict between the Kebbi Kingdom and Sokoto Caliphate. That made his administration very, very unique and spectacular. That is why in history, mostly we refer to what we say Zanabami alliance. So he was known for making and brokering of alliances and, consolidating powers in order to sustain the empire.
Muhammad Kanta Kotar rebelled against Askia the Great to become the first king of Kebbi Kingdom.
So what brought Muhammad Kanta into limelight in history was his breaking away from his leaders. He broke away, as we were told, because he felt that he was not treated based on merit. That is, he did not receive the treatment as he expected, commensurate to his service and commitment to the development and protection of Songhai Empire, especially after one decisive battle. So as a result of his dissatisfaction with the way and the manner the Songhai leaders in the 16th century treated him, so he declared his independence. And this is generally usual with strong armies, with strong commanders, with strong personnel who can stand the test of time. So Muhammad Kanta was one of them. So he declared his independence. And as a result of that independence, he becomes a founder of what we now have in history as Kebbi Kingdom. He founded, or he established it in 1515. That is in the first quarter of the 16th century.
Gidan Nabani is now known as Kanta Museum. According to historical account, all kings over Kebbi Kingdom after the death of Nabami lived here except the present Emir and his late father, Muhammadu Mira.
Our museum and all aspects in the museum were appreciated by the federal government in 2000 and the year 2004, I think, when the museum was converted into a national museum. And we were blessed with the visit of the then head of our president, Olusegun Assembly, who spent quite a long time in taking around.
Part of ways of restoration, retaining, and also preserving the history of a kingdom is by retaining, documenting, and protecting its artifacts. Although the Surame area, I saw that the National Council for Museum and the Monument has taken over, but not much has been done. But there is need also to protect, to fortify, because if you observe what is at Surame, even the wall, the city wall, the extent of it, how it was made of stone and the mud, and also how it was structurally designed, and also the town planning, the palaces, the markets, and several others that were established as early as the 16th century, now about 600 years. So it's enough to tell you the level of development. The moment you see, you can't even pass, just look at the level of development and the extension of the town.
Gidan Nabami houses the remains of all kings of Kebbi and preserves the rich cultural heritage of the kingdom for more than 6 centuries. After 6 centuries, the building, made of clay, is as intact as the swords forged of steel that was used for war assaults.
One of the most important achievements of the present leadership of Kebbi Kingdom, especially the current Sarkin Kebbi Ismaila Mera, is that he tried not to allow the legacy of Kabi Kingdom to Wedaway.
We are very, very lucky to see and even to proud that this emirate, that is Argungu Emirate, is the only emirate in northern Nigeria which preserve its history and culture. Didn't allow this Western something to adulterate or to maybe hinder our culture and traditions. By the Fulani Jihad, it's the only emirate in northern Nigeria.
The sitting arrangement of the palace, now museum, is what it was when first built in 1831.
So retaining that is a very, very important thing, which I believe it is only the government that will have the resources to cater for that. But at that level, the emir tried to see that he retained and maintained whatever available artifact could be found in the area, and it is housed in that what is called now as Gidan Nabame in Argungu. So now if I will take you from the gate of the Gidan Nabame, you can see the nature of arrangement of palaces. Yet the Gidan Sarauta yake. How the area or how the Sarkin Kabi, operates his own palace.
Based on the historical antecedents of Kabi Kingdom, Kanta Museum is divided into 11 units. First is the Emir's Palace, where people pay homage to the king and have their disputes settled.
That if you see the way and the manner, how the palace, Gidan Sarki, how far the Sarki was organized. If you come at the first entrance, you can see how Sarki, where Sarki will sit, and also you can see Fatan Damisa at the back. So that will also show you the brevity, how brave and fearless, how courageous and militarily, trained the Sarki is.
Second unit of the museum showcases the divergent Kabi ethnic communities. And the third unit, the tombs of the past kings.
You come in, then you can see a lot of, different artifacts representing different, trades, different traditions, particularly the Masusu for, fishing, Masu Farauta, that is the hunters, Masu Noma, the Manoma, and the several others that represent the economic discipline, the economic opportunities that were available in Kabi Kingdom. You can also see the drums, the Abuja and Kida, and also for entertainment, and you can also see the warfare display of weapons that were used. And yes, during the time. So you can see quite a lot of things. So now, one of the most important part of the collections in the museum is that as visitors or as younger ones who are disconnected, who are not really connected with the past, when they see, when they observe, when they view, and they relate with what they hear about the history of the area, it will serve as a complementary so that they can have comprehensive understanding between what they had and what they have seen and what they observe.
It is such a rich culture in display even today. Although some of the cultural heritage are still in practice, but not ones that are capable of compromising the belief system that has become widely professed by the people today. The Argungu Fishing and Cultural Festival attracts tourists from all over the world to one of the biggest fishing and cultural festivals in West Africa. A time to share what the host community is made of. The Durbar is one of the exotic cultural practices that shows what the forces look like.
It shows the level of civilization of the people. Two, it also shows the supremacy of shelled, what do you call garkuwa, and several other things, and also use of these armored dresses, which were made of iron, that you cannot penetrate on the body of the wearer. It's really very, very important. They use that cavalry, and even how the horses were decorated, that you can't even, harm or you can't even penetrate on the body of the horse, let alone the rider.
A shot.
The sophistication of the defense system and tools and tactics.
Hours a day, 7 days a week. You can watch NTA International live on your TV, computer, iPad, tablet and phone. Log on to visiontv.co.uk and click on Entertainment, then NTAI. You can also download the iOS or Android app on your mobile devices to watch NTA International on the go, anywhere in the world. NTA International. Your window to the world.
Good morning and welcome to the news at 10 on NTA News 24, broadcast live from Abuja, the nation's capital. I am Nalin Ebel Ame. Thanks for joining us. First, the headlines. President Buhari celebrates nation's athletes as Nigeria shines at Commonwealth Games in Birmingham.
We are using a scientific method of taking the head count. We believe it to be a lot more accurate.
National Population Commission assures of credible census in 2023 after successful trial.
Work has commenced, and with the support we are receiving, I believe everything will move smoothly.
Federal government's bilingual education program aimed at addressing issues of out-of-school children takes off in Nasarawa State.
We're going to do it as quickly as possible, having learned all our lessons with the Onitsha River Port concession.
Federal government commences move for concessioning of other river ports across the country. Let's begin with the Commonwealth Games. Nigeria's Ese Brume set new games records to win gold at the Commonwealth Games, just as Team Nigeria also bags more medals as events in Birmingham enters the final day. Let's join our sports desk for more on the Commonwealth Games.
Nigeria's Ese Brume has leaped a distance of 7.0 meters to set a new games record and clinched the gold in the long jump event at the ongoing Commonwealth Games in Birmingham. Brume, whose initial jump of 6.99 meters was enough for a games record, stretched a lead further in her final jump to set a second record and increase Nigeria's medal haul on the night.
We didn't know it. And a jump in the second round was good enough for victory. Look at this. That's the bridal joy.
She's done it. Oh, what an amazing final jump.
Tobiloba Amunson made history as the first Nigerian track and field athlete to successfully defend the Commonwealth Games 100 meters hurdles title. The 25-year-old also set a new 12.3 seconds games record on the way to winning the event's gold.
Amazon is on fire this season, and she has forgotten how to lose.
Amunson, the reigning world champion and world record holder in the event, also became the first Nigerian track and field athletes to win a gold medal at 2 editions of the Commonwealth Games. And Nigeria women's 4x100 meters quartet of Tobiloba Amunson, Favour Ofili, Rosemary Chukwume and Grace Nwokocha made history Sunday afternoon at the Alexandra Stadium in Birmingham by becoming the first women's relay team to win a Commonwealth Games gold.
For the Nigerians, a roar from our teammates. Nigeria going to take this one. England with Darren Lynch in second. Keep an eye on Thompson here.
The men's team of Udodi Nwozoroke, Favour Ashe, Alaba Akintola and Raymond Ekevo also made history with a bronze medal win. As at the time of filing these reports, Team Nigeria medal haul stands at a total of 33 to stay 7th on the medal table.
Meanwhile, as the curtain draws on the 22nd Commonwealth Games in Birmingham 2022, President Muhammadu Buhari celebrates the athletes that represented Nigeria gloriously in the competition. President Buhari joined millions of Nigerian sports enthusiasts to watch some of the colorful and spectacular moments in the 11-day competition, which had no fewer than 5,000 athletes representing 72 nations and territories of Team Nigeria athletes. The president commends the 94 worthy ambassadors that proudly flew the Nigerian flag in 9 sporting events, and for those exciting moments when the medalists brought smiles to our faces by breaking world, national and games records, as well as achieving personal best in their career. In a statement issued by his special advisor on media and publicity, Femi Adesina, says, with 35 medals, including 12 gold, 9 silver and 14 bronze, harvested already on the late evening of the 10th day of the Games, and more medals likely for the Nigeria on the last day, the president thanks the shining stars of Nigeria for competing among the best in the world and displaying the God-given attributes of the real Nigerian never give up, strive to the end. The statement adds that, according to the president, it is worthy to note that majority of the medals so far, including 12 gold for the country, were championed by our talented young women and girls, including multi-medalist Toby Amason that won the 100-meter women's hurdle and a 4x100 relay, among others, and Rafiatu Fola Shade Lawal, 59 kg in women's weightlifting. Other gold medalists are Folashade Oluwafemi Ayo, women's heavyweight powerlifting, Eukaria Iyazi, women's shot put, Chioma Oyikwere, and Goodness Nwachukwu in women's discus throw, and Ese Brume long jump. The president also lauds the coaching crew and team officials for the passion towards the development of sports in the country, assuring them that history will remember them for all their contributions in making our athletes shine in the international arena. In the meantime, the National Population Commission is poised to conduct accurate, credible and acceptable national population and housing census in 2023, which will be anchored largely on technology. Federal Commissioner representing Cross River State at the NPC, Navy Captain Charles Nyam, who Oga retired, stated this while appraising the outcome of the trial census in the state conducted from 13 to 31st July 2023. Paul Level reports.
Data plays a significant role in national planning for economic development. And so the National Population Commission, after several years, is leaving nothing to chance, as it is at the verge of conducting a national population and housing census in 2023. But before then, it embarked on a dress rehearsal known as trial census nationwide in July over several communities and in 9 local government areas across the 3 senatorial districts in Cross River State. The exercise was described as successful with positive response. However, few challenges of network and resistance by few communities was also observed.
From all observations during my field assessment, it was a smooth exercise for the census operations. Right from the training, everything went smoothly. We had 10 days of training. The recruitment method was okay, and that is part of what we also tested. It was an e-recruitment, electronic, online.
What are the assurances of a credible census in 2023?
We're still looking onto Cross River government taking charge of this exercise come census 2023. The traditional institutions have done wonderfully well. We are using a scientific method of taking the head count, we believe it to be a lot more accurate and therefore more acceptable than the other censuses.
The administrators assert that although NPC assists INEC in the provision of data for delineation of registration areas and establishment of polling units, the 2023 general elections will be concluded before the census in April 2023. In Calabar, Paul Abel, NTA News.
In other news, Benue State Governor Samuel Otom says the Tertiary Education Trust Fund, TET Fund, is one of the programs of the federal government that has continued to deliver on its mandate. He stated this when the Executive Secretary of TET Fund, Mr. Sonny Echeno, visited him at the Government House, Makudi. Charles Saba reports.
Executive Secretary of Tertiary Education Trust Fund, Architect Sonny Echeno, was accompanied by the Vice Chancellor of the Benue State University, Professor Toyorapo, and other management staff of the institution. Governor Samuel Otom, who commended the TET Fund boss for his integrity and impeccable performance while he was Permanent Secretary, Federal Ministry of Education, said he has no doubt that he would replicate same as he pioneers the affairs of TET Fund. He noted that the Tertiary Education Trust Fund has continued to impact positively on the education sector.
Because the footprints are there. Go to all the universities and the other tertiary institutions, polytechnics, colleges of education, whether state or federal, you can virtually see the footprints of what TET Fund have been able to impact.
Sonny Echeno, who acknowledged the efforts of Governor Samuel Otom in providing security in the state, commended the state government for the establishment of the Benue State University, which he said is a frontliner among state universities in the northern part of Nigeria. The TET Fund boss was decorated with the Benue State Unity attire by Governor Samuel Otom. In Makudi, Charles Abba, NTA News.
Nasarawa State has been selected among 8 other states in the country to pilot the federal government bilingual education program, which is expected to address the issue of out-of-school children. Aliu Tijani reports.
Federal government bilingual education project has been cited in Lafia, Nasarawa and Wamba, representing the 3 senatorial zones of the state. Islamic Development Bank is supporting the initiative, which is also aimed at fine-tuning the Almajiri system of education. Nasarawa state government hands over 3 schools in the benefiting areas for the takeoff of the project. The bilingual education program is expected to be replicated in 8 states of the federation.
And I want to announce to Your Excellency that the work has commenced. And with the support we are receiving, I believe all things being equal, everything will move smoothly and seamlessly.
So I sincerely thank you. Happy that you are very comfortable in the Nasarawa state. I'm happy that no state is actually completely safe, that we are doing everything possible, to keep our people safe.
In the meantime, the family of late Are Egon, Dr. Bala Angbazo, pays a thank you visit to Governor Abdullahi Sule over the state government support during their moment of grief when the monarch passed on in Lafia. Aliu Tijani, NTA News.
This is the news at 10 on NTA News 24. We'll be back with more reports after the break. Stay with us.
NTA News 24.
Thank you for staying with us on the news at 10 on NTA News 24. Now let's go to Yenagoa. Bayelsa State government has indicated willingness to key into the federal government's campaign against open defecation. The state governor, Senator Doejiri, was speaking when he played host to the Minister of Water Resources, represented by Permanent Secretary of the Ministry, D.D. Wilson Jack, in Government House, Yenagoa. Fred Owefe reports.
Governor Diri assured that open defecation under the Water Sanitation and Hygiene Project is receiving attention by his administration through collaboration with United Nations Children Fund UNICEF to stop the menace. With the approval of 250 million naira as he directed the State Commissioner for Water Resources to ensure the 3.6 million litre federal government scheme at Otueke is resuscitated. In addition, the Yenagoa Uvum and Okaka water scheme has also been rehabilitated.
We are actually not only aware of the issues on the ODF, the open defecation free, and in line with the federal government's objectives, we are also keyed in to it. And not only keyed in, we also believe that the era of open defecation is over. We have also flagged off the Clean Nigeria campaign in the States on the 22nd of September in 2021.
Minister for Water Resources, represented by the Permanent Secretary of the Ministry, D.D. Wilson Jack, said in 2019 a national campaign was launched to end open defecation in the country, which she stressed that it was critical to achieving sustainable development goal, as an estimated 48 million persons practice the act.
Nigeria is negatively impacted by the practice of open defecation and poor access to wash services. These include huge cost of medical care for water-related diseases such as cholera, typhoid, diarrhea, among others. Other impacts include economic loss.
The minister promised to provide technical support to resuscitate the water scheme at Otueke through partnership with the state government. Fred Uwifie, NTA News.
And talking security now, the Imo State Police Command has confirmed the killing of 4 police officers in the attack on Agwa Police Station by suspected members of the proscribed indigenous people of Biafra and its affiliate Eastern Security Network. A statement by the police public relations officer Michael Abatam indicates that members of the group in their numbers forced their way into the police station using 2 tipper trucks, while also shooting sporadically and throwing improvised explosive devices into the premises Friday night, August 5, 2022. Where, however, further notes that the Commissioner of Police, Imo State Command, Muhammad Ahmed Bradley, has visited the scene of the incident for on-the-spot assessment, as well as the AZ of the community, where they assured him and members of his community of the command's commitment in ensuring that peace is restored to the area, promising that perpetrators of the crime will be brought to justice. Still on security, President Muhammadu Buhari has condemned recent attacks against non-indigenous and law enforcement officials by terrorists in the southeast, promising all possible action in conducting a speedy investigation to bring the perpetrators to justice. A statement by Senior Special Assistant to the President on Media and Publicity, Garba Shehu, says the President condemned the slaying of 6 Nigerian citizens and a number of policemen at their duty post and urged community and religious leaders to do same as the government works to restore peace across the country. He also offered condolences to the families of the law enforcement agents murdered and to the government and people of Niger Republic whose citizens were cruelly beheaded. And talking business now, Nigeria has the capacity to tap into the $65.1 billion global art market if well positioned. Let's join Alika Panachi Arua for details.
Economic analyst says the Nigerian art industry has matured through the years, that many works done by artists in the country are exhibited in various parts of the world, including London, Paris, Rome, New York and Berlin, which are generally regarded as artistic cities of the world. The Art Basel and UBS Global Art Market Report 2022 puts the size of the global market at $65.1 billion. It is believed that the industry can help to shore up Nigeria's revenue if given the required attention by the government. Observers are of the opinion that Nigerians are very creative and can make something out of nothing, but many fall by the wayside due to lack of patronage and support. With Business News, Alika Okpanachi, Arua.
Federal government has commenced move for the concessioning of other river ports across the country. Managing Director, National Inland Waterways Authority, NUA, George Mogalu, met this noon at a reception held in Abuja to recognize his contributions towards reviving the waterways. He said the next river ports to be concessioned soon are Lokoja, Baro and Aguta.
Concessioning processes for other ports is ongoing. We're going to see to what extent we can open up the channels by dredging, do more of maintenance dredging, so that we can open more channels. What I can say about timeline is that we're going to do it as quickly as possible, having learned all our lessons with the Onitsha River Port concession.
Besides reviving the river ports, he said the initiative would generate revenue and create jobs. The federal government, alongside key players in the cotton, textile and garment industries, have stressed the need for more investment towards reviving the sectors for national development. This is coming. Musa Liu has more.
It is estimated that there are 110 million adults and more than 34 million students and pupils in Nigeria. Each required at least 5 yards annually for clothing or uniforms. Most of these clothing materials produced from cotton are imported, costing the country billions of dollars annually. However, key players in the cotton, garment and textile industries decry Nigeria's importation of what it was exporting years back.
The industries within the value chain still face challenges of low or lack of access to electricity, high cost of alternative power, high cost of inputs, bad roads, outdated machinery and equipment, just to mention a few, all of which leads to high cost of production. Consequently, investors no longer consider Nigeria's CTJ sector worthy of investment.
Who was a textile factory worker in the early 1970s, said Nigeria has made business importing textile materials.
The country is not producing, and free market is not a solution. You know, the more role you give to the private sector, the more robust regulation you require, so that the social purpose of government, which doesn't coincide with the profit motive of private enterprise, can be reconciled.
Cotton farmers say with the little push from the Central Bank of Nigeria, the country is gradually making progress in meeting the country's demand of the commodity. And this is why the Minister of State, Budget and National Planning listed some of the key areas government is intervening towards reviving the sector.
The Nigerian cotton, textile and garment sector holds huge potentials to transforming Nigeria's economy and reviving the textile and garment industries by creating over 2 million jobs, improve internal revenue across the 3 tiers of government, and reduce billions of dollars on importation costs incurred annually on textile and apparel. This will reduce the pressure on foreign exchange and ultimately accelerate industrial development by making Nigeria a global player in the textile and apparel sectors.
The forum was organized by cotton farmers under the auspices of the Achimogu Foundation. Musa Aliyu, NTA News.
The Nigerian Ports Authority is taking steps towards addressing bottlenecks militating against efficiency and traffic reduction at eastern ports in Nigeria. Kingsley Amajiri reports.
The Managing Director of Nigerian Ports Authority, Mohammed Koko's visit to Port Harcourt and Onne ports is in furtherance of efforts by the management of NPA towards addressing bottlenecks and in turn stimulate more import and export activities to the eastern ports. He met with stakeholders in the sector where key issues bordering on ease of business transaction, security and driving traffic to eastern ports were addressed.
And we use power to do clear things. They don't we have people can have at least up to 3 hours. Which will affect reducing the waiting time of vessels.
We are taking actions to ensure that the eastern ports are well supported to encourage volume of business coming into the ports.
Key target of this government action is also towards decongesting the Lagos ports.
But of course, most of the ports in the east, the problem is the draft of the channel, and that's what we are looking at. So it's not just to reconstruct the quays. We also need to, dredge deeper so that bigger vessels will come in, and then the economies of scale will set in, and then you'll be able to bring in those containers cheaper. We are beginning to see increased activity in Onne, and we're happy to see what is going on in Onne.
The visit enabled the managing director and his entourage to assess terminal operators' facilities and inaugurate projects. In Port Harcourt, Kingsley Amajiri, NTA News.
The 15th Annual National Conference of Women in Dawah, an umbrella of Muslim women organizations, has ended in Yola with a call for the establishment of endowment fund to reduce poverty in the society. In a communique issued at the end of the 4-day event, strengthening educational system, especially at the rural areas, was also stressed. Usman Mukhtar reports.
The 15th Annual National Conference of the Women in Dawah was blessed with various scholars from different parts of the country, as well as politicians. Poverty reduction, solution to insecurity and social cohesion, among other issues, dominated the 4-day event. In a communique issued at the end of the conference, promoting the well-being of Muslim women being an important pillar in moral and behavioral upliftment of the society through education, good healthcare system, poverty alleviation, and security has been stressed.
Compassion, upholding trust and kindness brings Allah's mercies on the Ummah. Cooperation, respecting each other's opinion, will allow peace, unity, and development.
The conference also reminded the Muslims on the need to repent and seek Allah's intervention on challenges bedeviling the country.
The solution is for all of us to work towards reviving. Number one, repenting to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Number two, trying to leave what we commit among the sins. Number three, trying to bring all that we can to fight the menace that we are in.
As usual, some women were honored for distinguishing themselves in promoting peace, unity and love in the society through the teachings of the Quran and Sunnah. In Yola, Usman Mukhtar, NTA News.
It's still the news at 10 on NTA News 24, still to come.
NTA International, live on your TV, computer, iPad, tablet and phone. Log on visiontv.co.uk and click on Entertainment, then NTAI. You can also download the iOS or Android app on your mobile devices to watch NTA International on the go, anywhere in the world. NTA International, your window to the world.
Into tens, thousands, and even millions of naira for the seller
Inflation has also caused coins and lower denominations to become insignificant. Where things cost 2 naira 50 kobo, they now cost 5 naira or 10 naira. Where pure water costs 1 naira 50 kobo, it has gradually risen to 3 sachets for 50 naira.
This is the network service of the NTA.
Is a mustard seed, then nurture it, water it, grow it into that tree in your rainforest. We will be highlighting one of the prevalent social issues in our society. That we love and trust, and by people that are strangers. We all know what success is: attaining position, status, wealth. We can say that success is the favorable termination of attempts. I like that. Where trying ends because desired result is met. That's hard. That definition is so next level. Favorable termination of attempts. So what does success mean to you? Do you consider yourself successful? Who do you think is successful? Take a moment, think about it. We'll be right back. Welcome to Our Reality with Sky. On today's episode, we will be highlighting the rules of success. I think success is something you have to figure out for yourself and define. It is subjective. Although success is based on personal feelings, we can all agree that there is a certain objectivity to it. We won't call a druggie successful, even if that is what he claims he wants to do with his life. So there are certain facts that represent success. We'll go over them. Number 1, do the work. Don't be lazy, whatever the work is. Work. What is work? Work is something that earns you a living. I once knew a graduate who, for the lack of a job opportunity, took a job as a hotel clerk. He was fastidious, and through people he encountered in the hotel, he was able to get a job more suited to his level of education. Number 2, stop wasting time. It's time, and it is the most valuable resource. Don't waste it. It keeps going. Go with it. It waits for no one, so why wait? Start. Whatever it is, just do it. Number 3, rely on God. God is everything. No one can help you like He can. Number 4, be practical. Take practical steps. Number 5, be productive early. When you wake up early, you find that you get things done quicker and better. We move on to the 6th rule. Don't be a baby. Life is life. Sometimes you have to fight for what you want. It can be hard. Adult up. Number 7, don't mess around. Don't make excuses. It's silly and, quite frankly, very embarrassing. Number 8, don't hang around people that don't make your life better in any way. I find that if I have a goal, staying away from people who don't have quite the same goal makes me attain the goal faster. Friends who are not on the same path as you have got to go. Delete, delete, delete. Move on. It's harsh, but needed. Number 9, don't play. I don't mean don't play or have fun, but this means focus, focus, focus. The joys of delayed gratification are immense. Number 10, don't be too nice. It's sad, weird, and it doesn't get you too far. You will have to say no sometimes. Guess what? People will understand after you've attained your success level. If some request is going to inconvenience you, state it. If a favor is too huge to perform, say it. If you are uncomfortable or this request is going to eat into your goal completion time, refuse politely. Number 11, don't be insane. Insanity is doing the same thing over and over and expecting a different result. Learn from your mistake or missteps. Number 12, be wise. You might have to shut up and ignore some stuff. You might have to stoop to conquer. Do it. Make sure that your dignity and self-respect are intact. But don't be too proud to calm down and win. 13, go over and beyond what is expected of you. Number 14, read widely. Reading exposes us to different worlds and thoughts. There are merits to reading. For example, it strengthens the brain, it increases knowledge, it sheds light or is illuminating, it builds vocabulary, it helps your cognitive process, it reduces stress, it helps sleep, it improves mental health and alleviates depression. While we're reading, let's talk with groups. Literary groups, focus groups, educational groups, industry groups. Find out where people's heads are at. Know your area of interest. Look at the industry, the field, whatever. Have an extensive knowledge of your area of interest. Know the history. Know the past trends, the current trends, the lingo, the industry giants. This will help you not only know what to do, but when to do it. Believe in yourself. Trust in your abilities and capabilities. Know that impossible is nothing.
It is no longer news that building multiple streams of income has become a necessity to many people in the country. Majority of Nigerians are struggling to make ends meet, and most have ventured into other businesses and skills as a means of meeting their financial needs and also fatten up their savings account. Mr. Michael Salako, a former staff of the Nigerian Television Authority NTA and a seasoned baker who ventured into other sources of income generation, and he tells his story.
I can say my success story started from NTA because being able to serve my country by being close to 20 was a success in itself, because it was one of the big organizations that were difficult to be adopted into. And for me to serve there and I was retained, it's a big testimony. Everything started from there. I met wonderful people, starting from Atibola Oyeyemi, Sayyid Ismail Ahmed, oh my God, wonderful people. And then I met Wale Coker. That is a wonderful, wonderful man, because he made us see our potentials.
One will wonder how he was able to start up an additional source of income, which led him to become an entrepreneur.
I was closer to my mom because I was helping in her business. After school, it's her business. Sometimes before school, we quickly hug something and then prepare for school. So that spirit has always been there to provide for myself. While my colleagues were waiting for their parents to probably give them pocket money, when I work, I had money to what I'm working, and I make my own money.
Achieving the best in whatever skill you love to do, you need to set a standard for yourself so you can be outstanding in your alternative source of income on being successful and also set priorities.
Failure is a recipe for success. Because if you don't fail, you might not learn how to actually succeed. When you fail at something, it should give you that push to try another way and you'll get it. That's what has worked for me.
Considering the current economic reality, most entrepreneurs are faced with one challenge or the other, which affects their businesses on a daily basis.
Challenges. Well, in Nigeria, we all know the issue of power that's affecting us seriously. This power you're seeing right now, when we load 20,000, we get about 300 units. 300 units goes off so fast. So running a business and trying, everything runs on power. Even our oven uses power apart from gas. So it's a lot of challenge. And the one that is peculiar to bakers is bad roads. Oh God. When you want to deliver a cake, especially on those tall wearing cakes, you need to get someone that will hold the cake in the car. You can have multiple streams of income even while being employed. Because at a point you will close from that office and go home. That time you're spending at home, you can think of something. And if you think, oh, I need my time, my family time, no problem. You can be a consultant. For example, you're a producer in NTA. You can consult for new stations that are springing up. That, oh, this is how we do it. This is how you set up your office. This is how you set. They pay you as a consultant, and you're fine. So everybody can do something.
All in all, alternative source of income helps in planning the finances for future target in a more organized manner with a huge struggle. So, why don't you find additional means of tapping your daily income?
Annihilate self-doubt and have the confidence to take action and get things done. You can do absolutely anything that you want to do. It is within your power and ability. So when we're talking about believing in yourself, here are some quotes. You are braver than you think, more talented than you know, and capable of more than you can imagine. And this was said by Roy T. Bennett. Something you truly believe in, you will find a way. Roy T. Bennett as well.
With constant layoffs and job losses as a result of the effect of coronavirus pandemic across the globe, having a single stream of income could be suicidal in these times. One of such business that requires little or no capital is the cleaning business. One of the basic requirements is to have a passion for the environment and basic cleaning skills and facilities.
What actually prompted us to cleaning is the environment. We love environment, and for you to love environment, you must appreciate cleaning, and the environment has to be clean. So I mean that was the motivation behind setting up Green Box, and all the while it has been cleaning amongst other things. I love cleaning.
I had a regular 9 to 5, and I realized that for my job we didn't have time to wash, and it created a gap for us. So I thought, why not start something like that? I was already giving my clothes to other dry cleaners almost on a daily basis. So I just thought it might be something that I will enjoy doing, an opportunity to make money from it and meet the needs of people.
You need some level of expertise as against what other people think. You know, you'll find out there's some mushroom cleaning companies. Maybe you lose your job, maybe you're just leaving school, you feel the next thing you can embark on is cleaning. You know, it takes a lot. You must know the techniques, you know, in cleaning. You must have the right equipment, you know, in order for you to work seamlessly, you know, and you must have the right expertise and training and training and training.
Starting was quite challenging. We had the issue of space, manpower, machines. I went into the business without experience, and I had to learn from most of my workers and then from other laundry owners and some of my colleagues that had done the same business too. The most challenging part of the business was getting reliable manpower, people who are ready to work and put in their best. Then the challenge of light, because the business requires 24 hours light, which is not always available. So having to pair with generators and the likes.
There are several opportunities in the cleaning business. One could start small with cleaning of residential areas for a token. Despite the harsh economic climate, entrepreneurs in the cleaning sector have taken advantage of the recent healthcare and pandemic to add sanitizing and disinfecting service. There are indeed several opportunities in the cleaning sector.
Prospects, there's always room for growth. There's always room for expansion. For everybody that goes to work, most people don't have time to wash their clothes themselves. So it gives opportunity for anybody coming into the business to make money.
You find out that even these days, people don't even want to have living housemates anymore. So we're actually coming up with packages that we can render for small families, large families that they don't have in-house mates.
Funding is one of the challenges. Like right now, we will appreciate more space because we are growing, but we don't have the funds to expand at the moment. Then having with this generation, a lot of Generation Z workers that feel a sense of entitlement, they're not willing to work but want to get paid. So basically, light has improved. We are grateful for that. The high cost of electricity tariff, that's one of our major challenges to break even.
So the advice I would want to give them is to encourage them, you know, because we can't all depend on government for sustainability. How many people can government employ? In our organization now, I have over 150 staff. I mean, I know what I'm doing for the government. Nigerians absorbing such numbers of people, and we are counting. Because each day we go out to try and get new contracts, which is going to increase our workforce. So I want to encourage people, you know, young people, not just because they don't have anything else to do. Let them have passion in cleaning. Because it takes passion. To sustain a business in Nigeria, you must have the passion. Because it's not an easy environment to try.
Aside the remuneration that comes with the cleaning business, it also creates a sense of responsibility and fulfillment towards the beautification of the environment. Don't just clean, turn your passion into a business.
You may be the only person left who believes in you, but that is enough. It takes one star to pierce a universe of darkness. Never give up. This was said by Rochelle E. Goodrich. Believe in your infinite potential. Your only limitations are those you set upon yourself. Roy T. Bennett. Believe in yourself, your abilities, and your own potential. Never let self-doubt hold you captive. You are worthy of all those things that you dream of and hope for. Encourage yourself. Believe in yourself. Love yourself. Never doubt who you are. Stephanie Lahart.
In this economic climate, Nigerians whose livelihoods depend on a low income or minimum wage budget find having multiple sources of income to be crucial. Like many of her peers, Sally Usman had difficulty staying afloat on a single income. She started sewing her own clothes to save money, but soon found it to be a lucrative venture.
I love native and buying material, sewing the clothes is something that is not too it's not too palatable for me because it's money I'm wasting or spending. So I'm like, okay, let me go into this. Let me just buy my material and think about anything I want to do and just put it into sewing. First, it was just to cut costs for myself. But then as I went on, I was like, I can do this for other people. Then I saw there's actually money in it. Because before I finished university, I actually went to learn gilling. And in school now, most people don't tie gilling. So it was something I just do like, okay, Sally, please, I'm going for this Thanksgiving in church. Just help me tie this gilling. And it was like that. But I knew some friends that are in school and they brought their sewing machine to school. And they were making money. So I was like, okay, fine. When I started doing it, I was like, let me just sew for myself. But then I saw her, she was getting customers, she was making money. And I'm like, this is not for myself again. I can go beyond this.
Balancing multiple means of employment can be a challenge. Transitioning your alternative source of income to your full-time job can pose an even bigger risk. Usman believes she was able to take on that risk because of the encouragement and training she received from her family members who were already in the business.
My cousins from my paternal home, they are also into tailoring. Like, it's a family thing. It actually made it easier for me. Because unlike what I thought, maybe I wanted someone to scold me, why are you not doing this like this, why are you not doing this wrong, you're not, no. It was filled with love, so it made me learn faster. I bought a new machine, started making gowns, from there skirt and blouse and all. So it's something now I enjoy doing.
So almost everybody is going into the fashion world. Like, so many ladies are going into the fashion world. So for me, in order for me to build my business, I have to be creative. Now, if I begin to produce like different new styles people have not seen before, they don't know, then it improves and grow me more. And then I would also diversify in selling of materials. So when people come into the store and they can find what to get for their own shops, I think that's me growing my fashion line.
Statistically, exposing the youth to skill acquisition that can earn them an alternative source of income will reduce youth unemployment and enhance their self-sustenance. Numerous federal government programs exist to equip Nigeria's vulnerable populations with the tools for financial empowerment. The programs often teach skills cutting across a wide array of endeavors, including fashion design. With these skills, they are often able to establish sustainable small businesses and achieve financial stability.
Don't let others tell you what you cannot do. Don't let the limitations of others limit your vision. If you can remove self-doubt and believe in yourself, you can achieve what you never thought possible. Roy T. Bennett. Live the life of your dreams. When you start living the life of your dreams, there will always be obstacles, doubters, mistakes, and setbacks along the way. But with hard work, perseverance, and self-belief, there is no limit to what you can achieve. So the only person who can pull me down is myself. I'm not going to let myself pull me down anymore. See Joybell C said that. We seem to have come full circle. We started the show by saying that success is the favorable termination of attempts. Until you get to this point, persist. Remember, ye are gods. Enough said. Goodbye.
I'm actually a passionate baker. I don't rest until everything is done. When I entered university, anytime I'm broke, I'll make cupcakes and go and sell to the other students. Decorating cake is an artistic thing, and art is, dynamic.
Join us on Baker's World every Thursday on the network service of the NTA. Baker's World, celebrating creativity. Don't miss it.
Research has it that tribal marks were better to aid the identification of an individual's lineage. The parents of a newborn would add tribal marks to differentiate their offsprings from other ethnic groups. In the southeastern part of Nigeria, these marks are largely temporal while some are permanent. Uli are temporal lines that create various shapes in female bodies. They last for about 7 days before wearing off. They are drawn with light dyes, usually of yellow, black, white and brown colors. Uli drawings is mainly used for celebrations. Its main purpose is to beautify a woman and make her look more attractive for tribal holidays. CBD marks are used on wall drawings, wooden stools, metal designs, paintings, and for some they can be used as body tattoos. There are over 500 known CBD symbols with various meanings. Awanje marks are spiritual protection given to children who are under any form of life-threatening sickness. Some Igbos believe that the only way to protect children from being taken away by evils are to leave marks on their bodies. Mbri is in sun-like curved lines that go from forehead to male chin and across the cheeks. It is usually used by people from Okanri territories. Ichi scarification is something an individual voluntarily experiences. Ichi are marks for affluence and social status. It is not for children. The process is usually painful because it is done with knives and the scars remain there for life. Such procedure lasts for an hour. The scarification is an evidence that the wearer has passed the initiation into the aristocratic Nzenozo society. In the present-day southeastern Nigeria, tribal marks is almost non-existent. From temporal to the permanent marks, their traditional meanings are still relevant.
NTA Tuesday Live, analytical, in-depth, educative and interactive on national issues, accommodating all sides of opinions.
We as a people have understood that we have to fight corruption before it fights us back.
Poverty has a financial index, so it should be fought also with a financial weapon. Give it to the social investments program. It has been a very courageous battle.
Tuesday Live, every Tuesday at 10:30 p.m. Join us.
From dusk to dawn, 24 hours a day, NTA International is with you in your living room, office, everywhere and anywhere. We provide the company you desire in terms of balanced and up-to-date news, programs, and the best of entertainment. Tune in to DSTV channel 251, GoTV channel 91, Freeview UK channel 26.
Good morning and welcome to the news update at 11. I am Nolin Ebel Ame. Nigeria's Ese Brume set new records to win gold at the Commonwealth Games, just as Team Nigeria also bags more medals as events in Birmingham enters the final day. She leaped a distance of 7.0 meters at Commonwealth Games in Birmingham, United Kingdom. Toby Amosan also made history as the first Nigeria's track and field athlete and second in history to successfully defend a Commonwealth Games 100-meter hurdles title. Nigeria's women 4x100 quartet of Toby Amosan, Favour Ofili, Rosemary Chikuma and Grace Nwakocha are at the Games as first women's relay team to win a Commonwealth Games gold. President Muhammadu Buhari has pledged full support for 3 major international events scheduled to hold in Nigeria in October and November this year, saying they are opportunities to showcase the nation's rich heritage in culture, arts, tourism and entertainment, as well as advancements on media freedom. Special Advisor to the President on Media and Publicity, Femi Adesina, in a statement says the President disclosed that Nigeria will be hosting the 2022 UNESCO Global Media Information Literacy (MIL) Week in Abuja in October, the first global conference on cultural tourism and creative industry in Lagos, as well as the second Global Association of Literary Festivals Conference, Abeokuta, in November. Welcoming the decision by UNESCO, United Nations World Tourism Organization, UNWTO, and the Global Association of Literary Festivals to grant Nigeria the right to host these separate historic events, the President assures all relevant stakeholders and participants and of the warmth and hospitality of the people of Nigeria. The federal government, alongside key players in the cotton, textile and garment industries, have stressed the need for more investment towards reviving the sectors for national development. This is coming after the Minister of State, Budget and National Planning said government is providing a conducive environment for investors. That's the news update. Do join us at 1 p.m. for another update. Good morning.
This is the network service of the NTA.
Hello and welcome. This is Property and Style, your one-stop shop on everything real estate. Property and Style is your real estate plug. It's a program that has been designed to ensure that you know everything, you are enlightened and empowered, but all that has to do with the housing subsector. It is coming to you from the network service of the NTA. My name is Patience Eloy Abba. Thank you for keeping a date with us.
NTA Properties Investment Company Limited, a subsidiary of the Nigerian Television Authority, specializes in creating comfort in all areas of life. such as real estate investment, that is, land, houses, and office spaces, mass leasing, savings and loan scheme, and so much more. Other information and entertainment services include Property and Style, a TV program that airs on the network service of the NTA, and also Property Connect, a nationwide magazine. Our priority is to bridge poverty gaps and sustain quality welfare of our clients. Partner with us and watch us help you grow. Pay us a visit today at the NTA headquarters permanent site, Area 11 Gariki, Abuja, or our Lagos office at number 15 Awolowo Road, Ikoyi, Lagos. For more information, visit our website on www.ntaproperties.com.ng, or you can email us on ntap2000@yahoo.com. Call us on 0066417900. NTA Properties Investment Company Limited, the much needed help at your doorstep.
Welcome back, Mr. Tom. And so in this episode, we'll continue with our discussions with key players in the housing sector. We'll bring that to you and a whole lot more. Once again, thank you for keeping a date with us.
Question of the day.
I would want Nigerians to, especially we in the industry, to acknowledge that this problem is not one way or the other to the incidence of building collapse in Nigeria. By owning the problem, it's as if to say the problem, we are part of the problem is part of us. It is until when we have this kind of mindset that we will be able to now highlighting for each professional body or professional or stakeholder, how am I part of this problem? What then do I do to resolving this problem? The problem of building collapse can be as a result of many factors which we have approval at all from government to do the development. It could be because the approval is there, but the approval is not followed, which is called enforcement. It could be as a result of quackery that have infiltrated our industry so much. Another factor is the high cost of construction, which is now leading some people to cut corners, not knowing that it does not pay, even at the short, let alone at the long run, because it will amount to penny-wise, pounds foolish. It could be as a result of inferior building materials that are also either in the market or being used during construction. It could be as a result of ambitious homeowners or end users' interest. They want a project that is cheap so that they can afford it. They want a project to be completed within a time that is unrealistic. So the sources of project should be the concern of all professionals and stakeholders that are involved. So government, that's why I have told the audience, I've told Nigerians that we should look at it from an holistic perspective, so that there will be principal actor for every incidence of building collapse. But these principal actors also have supporters, people who could either have noticed the problem or people whose activity also aided the collapse. So that's why I'm widening the discourse. I'm creating an awareness for our society, for the stakeholders, the relevant stakeholders. And who are these relevant stakeholders? I categorize them into three, which I call ROI. The regulators, they have things to do. Areas of improvement are there. These are government agencies that are, even the ministries of house, works and housing. We all have things to do in terms of bringing out the appropriate policy and enforcement. We also have what I call the operators. So I'm also telling the operators that time has come when we should work together, come together, and speak with one voice, condemn these particular reoccurring incidents of building collapse. and then identify areas that require improvement in terms of practice by our own professional association or body. The next one is the high, which I call the investing public, the home buyers, the tenant, the end users. We are also stakeholders. They must also check, where are we contributing to this? Are we asking private developer or real estate developer to give us what they don't have? Because if you ask us to do a 1 bedroom or 2 bedroom in a given location for an X naira, and that X naira cannot even buy the land upon which we are to build the house, how do we do it? But because of also lack of employment and job, people take assignment that they ordinarily should not take. So the investing public also has a way they contribute to building collapse in Nigeria by their own expectation and demand. We also have even the press, also part of it, by not following through or not staying on the subject of building collapse, particularly to getting government to come out with the white paper and to also ensure that justice is done to those that suffer losses from incidences. So, because if you are the mouthpiece of the public, if you keep quiet, people will forget. And the more we can remind ourselves regularly, the better that some of these incidences, bad occurrences will stop. And so I want to conclude by saying that I charge all these people, including us as real estate developer and practitioner, that as a matter of urgency, we need to talk more about this problem. We need to convey a summit, a stakeholder summit, which will have the government, the private sector, the practitioner, the professional body, the Real Estate Developer Association of Nigeria, and all the relevant people, even the research institutions must be represented. It is by so doing, after we must have now agreed to the problem, we now develop a blueprint that individual stakeholder can run with, and we must have a way to measure performance and compliance so as that in the next future year, we won't leave this story for our children yet unborn.
NTA Properties Investment Company Limited, a subsidiary of the Nigerian Television Authority, specializes in creating comfort in all areas of life, such as real estate investment, that is, land, houses, and office spaces, mass leasing, savings and loan scheme, and so much more. Other information and entertainment services include Property in Style, a TV program that airs on the network service of the NTA, and also Property Connect, a nationwide magazine. Our priority is to bridge poverty gaps and sustain quality welfare of our clients. Partner with us and watch us help you grow. Pay us a visit today at the NTA headquarters permanent site, Area 11 Garki, Abuja, or our Lagos office at number 15 Awolowo Road, Ikoyi, Lagos. For more information, visit our website on www.ntaproperties.com.ng, or you can email us on ntap2000@yahoo.com. Call us on 0066417900. NTA Properties Investment Company Limited, the much needed help at your doorstep.
Rental agreement is a contract between landlord and tenant, and it specifies clearly what landlord responsibilities are and what the obligations of the tenants are. They are stated clearly. Like I have an example here. It describes the property and describes the parties that are entering into that contract. That's the landlord and tenant, gives the address and then goes ahead to describe the property and also describe the period for which this tenancy covers. And then it goes down to talk about tenant covenant, things that the tenant must do or must not do during the period of his tenancy. Like as a tenant, you have no right to sublet the property given to you without a written consent of the landlord or his manager. When I mean manager now, estate manager as it were, that is in charge of that property, you need to obtain a written consent to be able to sublet any part of that property. You are also under obligation to use the property for only that purpose for which you took it. Because from beginning you will say, I want to use it for a residential accommodation. So it will be contravention if midway, after 1 year or 2 years, you begin to change the place to a shopping complex or an office or so. So if you do that, you're already breaching the terms of the tenancy agreement. So it specifies all this, and it talks about the landlord, that the landlord have responsibility that once the tenant have paid, to allow him quiet enjoyment of the property, peaceful and quiet enjoyment of the property without disturbing him. And of course, it has also provided that the tenant at appropriate time, with appropriate notice, should allow the landlord or his agent the opportunity of inspecting the property to determine how the property is being used, so that at any point everybody will be informed. Look, tenants, you ought to have done A, Y, Z, and you have not done it. The landlord will observe that his own part somehow he has failed in doing it, and then each free tenancy relationship will continue.
I want you as a professional to advise Nigerians on the importance of the tenancy agreement. And a lot of people don't take it, but just enter a house and they just sign and they think they...
Actually, it's not only about tenancy agreement. If you watch what is happening in our society, a lot of people sign things. Once you put certain things in document, people do not read, and they don't care to know about their obligations or responsibilities. They simply sign. What we see in practice is that a lot of people, when they are looking for a house or an apartment, they are in a hurry to move in. And so if you give them the tenancy agreement, in my firm, the policy is that you should go and study and come back at another time for us to execute the agreement. But you see some of them tell you outrightly what is there is the same old terms. Let's sign. And then they will sign. Then halfway into the tenancy, he will start doing things that are not reflected in that agreement, even when he has the copy at home. And then when you raise letters and queries about it, he will get mad at you and tell you, I paid you my rent. I have right to do whatever.
Yes,
I'm not owing you anything. That's the Nigerian language. Yeah. But he owes other responsibilities apart from the money he pays. So I will encourage that Nigerians should read documents, not only tenancy agreement, anything you have to put your signature on. You should, open your eyes, as they will say, shine your eyes, and make sure that you are at terms with each and every provision of that document before you put your hand on the document to say you have signed and sealed it.
You know your right as a tenant.
Yes, I do. Okay. Based on what the paper my landlord gave to me.
Beautiful. And do you take your time to read your thing? A lot of Nigerians don't read.
Yeah.
You read your tenancy agreement.
I do.
So you know your right as a tenant.
Tenant, yes.
If your landlord violates this right, what will you do?
Based on the relationship I should have with my landlord, if he violates those tenants agreement, I will call him to order in the first place. If we can settle it amicably because of the relationship, fine. If he feels that that relationship he does not respect it, then I go to court for that. The major problem that I think we have is this agent thing that is the middleman. You're paying a rentage of 200,000 and the agent is asking for 60,000 naira. Altogether will be 260,000. And in most cases, when you pay for rent for 1 year, for let's say 2 years in Lagos, before the 2 years get expired, the landlord will come again and tell you that we are not going to collect the same amount that you paid for that first 2 years, because probably they see a little development around the area, and before you know it, they will now increase the rentage. And by so doing, it's another expenses, because for a tenant to begin to think of how to pay the former rentage, and now landlord now come to say, okay, they want to increase the rentage. It's a big problem. I will want government to visit that area of tenancy and landlord and see how people can manage to pay and stay in peace with the landlord and others.
Yeah, no get problem with anybody for tenants. For house, for my landlord and that is nothing dey rest and peace there. So any agreement wey just dey do be say if you have to rest and due you go pay money. So no any problem for there.
A bathroom is a room typically in a house or residential building. It usually contains a bathtub or a shower and a toilet, and sometimes a wash basin or sink, as it is commonly called. What we associate with our bathrooms today is such as comfort, privacy, and hygienic condition is a result of many years of civil engineering and changes in the society. There are many features such as plumbing, hot water, flushing toilets, bathtubs, and showers that make up a bathroom. Even though humans have always had a need to use toilet facilities and have been bathing or showering to clean themselves, it took centuries for our culture to combine these components into one convenient room, which is now called the bathroom. In a typical Nigerian home, before the advent of modern bathrooms, families built their bathrooms in little distance from the house. Due to modernization and Western influences, families started having bathrooms inside their houses. Bathrooms are very important when building a structure, and being aware of the various bathroom types is important when buying, selling, building, or even remodeling and renovating a house. Most houses have one or more types of bathrooms. There are the full bathrooms, three-quarter bathrooms, and half bathrooms. Full bathrooms have a toilet, sink, a bathtub, a shower, a combination or a separate bathtub, or where a bathroom has all the four components of a bathroom from the sleek and the contemporary with functionality. It's the place to get. When next you want to build or purchase a house, remember that the bathroom is a very important component of the entire house.
Are you a landlord, a tenant, or an agent? Are you a real estate developer or interested in housing investments? To learn more about property investments, tune in on this station every Monday at 11 a.m. If you've got questions, we have answers. Or you can send us an email at propertyandstyle@gmail.com or visit our website at www.ntaproperties.com.ng. Property and Style, the future is now. And the answers.
We've come to the end of today's episode of Property and Style, and like I always advise, when doing any business in the real estate sector, please consult the professionals. Until we see you next week, goodbye and God bless.
NTA Tuesday Live, analytical, in-depth, educative and interactive on national issues accommodating all sides of opinions.
We as a people have understood that we have to fight corruption before it fights us back.
Poverty has a financial index, so it should be fought also with a financial weapon. Give it to the social investments program. It has been a very courageous battle.
Tuesday Live, every Tuesday at 10:30 p.m. Join us.
From dusk to dawn, 24 hours a day, NTA International is with you in your living room, office, everywhere and anywhere. We provide the company you desire in terms of balanced and up-to-date news, programs and the best of entertainment. Tune in to DSTV channel 251, GoTV channel 91, Preview UK channel 264, or you can download www.visiontv.co.uk. App for iOS or Android. You can also see us on Facebook and YouTube for quality content on the go. NTA International, Africa's window to the world.
This is the network service of the NTA.
It's glad to have you join me on another exciting edition of Visual Impressions on NTA. I am Umar Muhammad. You can't make money as an artist. That is the common stereotype within the art society and even in the public generally. Mr. Ini Brown has been very fortunate to make all his wealth from selling his artwork. Unbelievable, right? Mr. Brown, a renowned watercolorist, dazzled us with his works which have an influence of Fauvism in them. His technique on the dramatic use of watercolor is awesome and intimidating. Let's take a look.
Ini Brown is one of the most versatile and prolific watercolorist practicing artists in Africa. He received a first-class distinction from the Federal Polytechnic, Auchi, Edo State, where he trained formally before he had some informal research and training on the use of watercolor, which he effortlessly mastered in England.
I put myself somebody blessed because I went into art and I make money. I've made money from art. All I've made is from art. And I'm telling you, by the grace of God, I'm a comfortable Nigerian because in all spheres of life, I have been comfortable. I've never been a poor person and I've never done any other business. In fact, if I tried every other business, maybe like art related or something, they always failed.
Ini Brown has been a watercolorist from the beginning. Abuja Art School is known for its marvelous colors, that is vibrant colors. They call the Abuja School the colorist school. When you see any product from Yaba, you know that this is from Yaba. When you see anyone from Abu Zaria, you know that this is from Zaria. If you see anyone from Ife, they normally use the honor motifs more. The Usuka school uses the uli more. The Auchi is vibrantly colored landscapes and everyday life. So Ini took the Auchi Art School out of Auchi to the world.
I think this is a collection of very, very iconic paintings. As you know, it's essentially a watercolor specialist, but he's able to express himself using other mediums as well. He's also writing a name for himself in the art of oil on canvas, creative productions, but essentially it's a watercolorist. And he has done well for himself. His name is everywhere. He's a famous watercolor artist in it.
In the 90s, where there was the art boom in Nigeria, so many banks, GTB, and I could really come to mind now, were investing seriously in art collection. So most of all those young ones, during that time, Ini was in Lagos. His name was ringing all over because his stock was watercolor. So everybody knew Ini as a watercolor artist.
So I just thought I should portray Abuja. You can see the taxes, Abuja taxes, waiting. Abuja is a lot more organized place than Lagos. If it were Lagos, you will not get the taxes this organized. And another nice thing about Abuja has streets, it has nature.
He attended the Faith Foundation in Lagos, where he learned to blend the spirit of nature and creativity.
So about a couple of, I think a year or two ago, he spoke to me concerning some recent experimentations he wanted to try. Trying to deviate from the watercolor, the opaque watercolor liquidize that they're doing for, and trying to liquidize watercolors and acrylics. So most of the ones he saw here, he was not too comfortable with them. He now imported some of them and he started trying them out. Like I told him, I said, most of his recent works to me are getting towards Fauvism. Fauvism is an art movement that started in the 20th century. His works are tending to more being very vibrantly colored, not really minding the representation, the form, the composition. He's more concerned about displaying colors explosion. on the canvases?
I use a lot of colors and I use them freely. You can see the free usage of colors. The sun, the orange, the reds, the yellows, the blues, and ability to combine them, to expose them, you know, to make a good composition. That's what I did here.
Most of his subject matters have been the lives of people around him, while seamlessly portraying the vast and beautiful landscapes of Nigeria, their desires and circumstances. Mr. Brown has over 30 solo exhibitions and 18 group exhibitions to his credit. A group of inquisitive artists converged at a cafe in Maitama to display their works to the art audience. The works mostly had bold approach and raw colors.
This painting here, I title it View of the Beach. This is an imaginary place I go to whenever I am stressed, whenever I am worked up. I like to go to the beach and, you know, just be at one with nature and water and everything. So I like to paint whatever I feel. So this is my interpretation of an ideal beach place I would like to be.
It's a very lovely initiative. Arts in Nigeria and the encouragement of arts is not artists are generally not encouraged, and for you to do this and organize this shows that you're encouraging them, and I love it. I've seen the piece, like this particular one you're standing behind here, and that has the buildings on somebody's head. It reminds me of a political leader having to carry or shoulder the economic burden of the country on its head, and so it's one that appeals to me personally.
This piece is called The Happy Child, and with the expression given is more like a child, which is representing the humankind, and the background, the world, representing what we have as a world.
So my first piece, I call these bubbles, and this piece is very special to me because it goes in the dark as well, so at night time it comes alive. This piece represents a graphical imagery in my head, the colorful things that my head has brought to life, and this piece just shows that we can put aside all our worries and just express ourselves on a canvas.
there is, it speaks about justice. Justice, as we all know, should be objective, should be blind to color, race, tribe, religion, and all of that. But in as much as there's that, people individually tend to say justice should be on their side. Like, regardless of whatever it is they do, how good or bad they've been. If they all say justice cannot see what we're doing and all of that, how about we drag it to our side? How about we make it feel physically, and be on our side? So it's keeping the eyes blind and all of that, but then appealing to the touch sense and then trying to get justice to be on their side.
This is my first time, and so far I really am enjoying the setup. I love that it's outside. I love that it's a mix of art and nature. And I just think it's a very relaxed and welcoming environment. So I've just been enjoying taking my time and walking around. So I'm really just enjoying the diversity, and yeah, just looking forward to seeing more. I've only seen this side, so I'm still exploring, yeah.
Several media of art were on display, like photography, sculpture, textile, and of course, paintings.
The northern architecture. This is the old northern architecture. I'm using all this because of the education, music. You can see it's the motive. This is what we call allo in the north. It's a slate for writing Arabic. And there's this musical instrument and the baobab tree from the north, going from the lightest to the darkest, which represent blood.
This is the network service of the NTA. We now join our outside broadcast crew for a live telecast. Please stay tuned.
As we remain standing, may I invite Venerable Chamberlain Oguzo to take the opening prayer.
Let us pray. O God, our help in ages past, that has led River State in the last 55 years of our existence. Lord, we thank you for bringing us to a beautiful day like this, the 8th day of the 8th month. And we thank you for this period of accelerated development, especially of infrastructure, for which your son, our governor, has been duped as Mr. Projects. Papa, we are here again to commission one of the several projects that your son has been endowed to develop. We ask, O Lord, that thou that has made it possible for him to go through this, you will also see him through the end. In the name of Jesus Christ. We want to thank you again for the fair weather. We thank you for those who have come from far and near, especially our August visitor from Lagos, the governor of Lagos State, and all who are present here. We pray that as we commission this project, it will lead to many more good things in our land. In the name of Jesus Christ. And so we declare this meeting open in the name of God the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit.
Paper carton and oil.
Welcome to NTA Network Service. We are live at the popular Waterline Junction for the official inauguration of the Orochiri Woruko Flyover project embarked upon by the River State government. On behalf of the outside broadcast crew, I'm Kingsley Amajri. Welcome to the city of Port Harcourt.
SSRS, Deputy Governor of River State. The Right Honorable Ikui Owajibani, DSSRS, Speaker, River State House of Assembly. Chief Dan Obi, the Vice Chairman, South-South Zone of the People's Democratic Party. Ambassador Desmond Akawo, Chairman, People's Democratic Party, River State. Sir Siminalayi Joseph Fubara, Standard Bearer and Governorship Candidate of the People's Democratic Party, River State. And his running mate, Professor Mrs. Ngozi Odu. Senator Sandy Ono, Standard Bearer and Governorship Candidate of the People's Democratic Party, Cross River State. Distinguished Senator Barim Pigi, other distinguished senators and members of the National Assembly here present, Deputy Speaker, Principal Officers, and members of the River State House of Assembly, the Chief of Staff, and members of the River State Executive Council, members of the entourage of the Lagos State Governor, including Engineer Bamboshe Martins, Commissioner for Special Duties, Lagos State, Engineer Mrs. Aramide Adeyoye, Special Advisor on Works and Infrastructure to the Governor of Lagos State, Mr. Ope George, Special Advisor on Public and Private Partnership to the Governor of Lagos State, Engineer Mrs. Abimbola Akinaijo, Managing Director, Lagos Metropolitan Area Transport Authority, Lamata, and Mr. Boyega Akosile, the Chief Press Secretary to the Lagos State Governor. Elder statesmen, special advisors, permanent secretaries here present, the Mayor and Chairman of Local Government Councils here present, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the commissioning of Orochiri Woruko flyover constructed by the government of Rivers State. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, may I at this point invite to give the welcome remarks Honorable Ihunda Orwell, Mayor, Port Harcourt City Local Government Area.
Your Excellency, Yesom Ezowike, the Governor of Rivers State. Your Excellency, Babajide Sanwo-Olu, our special guest, the Governor of Lagos State. Your Excellencies, please permit me to adopt the already established protocol. Your Excellencies, on behalf of His Royal Majesty, Eze Uche Eliku, the Eze Parebisi, and the paramount ruler of Port Harcourt City, and the good people of Port Harcourt City Local Government, wish to welcome you and your entourage to this very special program of the commissioning of Orochiri Woruko flyover constructed by your administration. Your Excellencies, the good people of Port Harcourt are indeed very, very happy with you, and we want to thank God specially for giving us a governor like you who has the interest of our people at heart through your developmental programs and projects. Today we are commissioning this project. We could recall that sometime last year, March, this project was flagged off, and in barely 1 year and 6 months, we are here today to commission it. It's a clear demonstration of the love you have for your people, and that you're a governor who keeps to his promise. Yerisi Maker, we are happy with you. I want to reassure you that the good people of Port Harcourt are happy with you and will continue to support your government. This project that we're about to commission now will ease flow of traffic in this city and also improve on economic activities. Your Excellency, may I also inform you that in course of the construction of this project, that our people, our youth particularly, and our women benefited from it through numerous job creations,
Some were involved in supply of construction materials. And of course, this has improved their economic well-being. Thank you, sir. Ibelawe, Mekau.
Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, permit me to at this point invite for the presentation of Kola His Majesty Eze Uche Azaya Liku, Eze Pararebisi, the 12th Paramount Ruler of Port Harcourt.
River State Baker, Nigeria Baker, Elewere mma Ohaka no yegare jigyara bodo. His Excellency Ochi State Baker, Ejehoyalam, Ejuni kon beke. Because atara jika okwa emiri nei. Atahe budo gologo, atahe punoba, atahe oshiriki. Buru haka mi pata obaka bana wore. Egun bo pa ino cho zuho da shikada chaka megapa. Buru haka ma apa yengwerishi. Mrame kwelima rumo na ndege bakuna ya la egun bo oba nochi. Ala ndị wọrọ ro egun bo mata ala nochi ro hoba tai. Wa no goje dika le hwan dake le ligwe. Ro hwan nwa na ro ha mo nso. Ochi State ndị mmanya mate ya jo hukwu ọdụ mata kwele agency. Ndị rebisi n'ike, ndị eze rebisi, ndị joho, ndị riya rebisi, no ọha rebisi n'ike ka ewaka dị wa mama. Ato dị mma maka gada n'igwe ole eli obomotu na eli rebisi. Gwuru buku mmanụ hụ. Rewaka mọta ka ọka na igbo kwa Garden City ya ha na m. Rebisi ka moto n'jọ mma. Akwara ekpere ọha elele ọzọ na omenele ọha. Ijiza ajide korokoza. Ha ga-eji uche oche n'ọzọ masaya. Ya hụ ha ya na-eriri ka so. Aboto ha na-abịapa. Mgbe labala mgbefusi ya moto vụlọ ọrụ. Akara njọ mekao. Rebisi mekao. Rebete mekao. Nigeria mekao. Elewere mma.
Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, to three laws with his sonorous voice, may I invite Aloysius Mbata.
Bless this road, O Lord, we pray. Bless this house of famous
Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, please can we put our hands one more time for Aloysius Mbata. May I now invite the Oratory Women Group and the Choral Oratory Ladies to thrill us with their dance steps.
Sukura yiku anabiadulewe te anabiadulewe elemba bawara anabiadulewe walikamo anabiadulewe elemba bawara anabiadulewe walikamo anabiadulewe wike bawara anabiadulewe welcome sao anabiadulewe elema bawara
Rotary Women Group
Mani biadulemo, anye maba ora mani biadulemo, welcome sao. Dulemo, biadulemo, we ke bahara, ana biadulemo, welcome. Mani biadulemo, we ke mani biadulemo.
Together for them. Wonderful dance steps. Thank you very much.
We ke bahara, ana biadulemo, welcome. Mani biadulemo, wanalema ke biadulemo, we ke lema ke biadulemo, we ke bahara, mani biadulemo, welcome sao. Biadulemo, mane dadulemo, ane dadulemo. Awike baro, mane dadulemo, welcome.
Thank you so
Mane
much.
dadulemo, mane dadulemo, mane dadulemo. Awike baro.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. As a dance out, may I invite honorable women group. Please let's put our hands together for them. Thank you. Let's welcome honorable women group. Thank you very much. Thank you. Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, can we put our hands together for them? As they dance, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, as the Oroboroko Women Group dance out, may we put our hands together as I invite Oboni Wami 1 Oroboroko. Thank you.
Waje Oboni.
Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, please can we put our hands together for Bonnie Wami one. Thank you very much. Bonnie Wami one. Thank you so much. Nice display of our culture. Thank you. Thank you. May I now invite Egelege Orochiri. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, please can we put our hands together for Ekeleke Oratory. Thank you very much. Ekeleke Oratory, thank you so much. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you, Ekeleke Oratory. Thank you. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, please can we put our hands together for them one more time. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, may I at this point invite to give the project description the Honorable Commissioner for Works, River State, Dr. George Kelly B. Alabo, FNI QS.
Your Excellency, the Executive Governor of River State, Your Excellency, the Executive Governor of Lagos State, Your Excellency, the Deputy Governor of River State, the Right Honorable Speaker, Speaker River State House of Assembly, Your Excellencies, I pray your leave to leverage protocols already well established by the compare. Your Excellencies, we are here for the commissioning of the Orochiri Worukwo Flyover Bridge. This project was completed on schedule with the specified quality and without any cost overrun. This project has an overall length of 840 meters, an overall cross-sectional width of 17.6 meters, 7.3 meter on each lane, 1 meter walkway on both sides, and 1 meter median in the middle. We have a total asphaltic concrete pavement area of 29,000 square meters. Your Excellency, this project has 112 beams and 224 elastomeric bearings, so as to allow for movements that will be caused by vertical compression and horizontal shear, and to ensure that issues about thermal expansions are avoided for the retaining walls and all the concrete work. We have 488 number rubber-based expansion joints. Your Excellency, this slab or the bridge is sitting on piled up and is sitting on 188 number 780 millimeter diameter piles, driven to the point of resistance or point of reversal of an average depth of 22 meters. The length of this bridge, like I said before, is 840 meters, but it has approach ramps on both sides of 120 meters each. And the length from ramp to ramp is 555 meters. And then we have extensions of 285 meters. Your Excellency, this flyover bridge brings to an end traffic congestion along Amba Road, because right from the Borough Park flyover down to Eastern Bypass, there will be no traffic congestion. It totally eliminates traffic congestion, and so there will be ease of doing business around Port Harcourt. And Rivers people will benefit for it. The socio-economic benefit that this project will bring cannot be overemphasized. Travel time, too, has been reduced. And of course, it has added to the aesthetics of our landscape around this area. Thank you, and God bless you.
Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, to give a remark on behalf of the contractor, Julius Berger Nigeria PLC, may I invite Mr. Jürgen Fischer, the Regional Manager, Julius Berger Nigeria PLC.
Okay. Welcome to His Excellency Chief Barrister Nyesom Esenwo Wike, the Executive Governor of River State. The special guest of honor, His Excellency Babayide Sanwo-Olu, Governor of Lagos State. Her Excellency Mrs. Ipalibo Haribanigo, the Deputy Governor of River State. Gentlemen of the press, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, please permit me to stand on existing protocol. Julius Berger PLC welcomes all of you today to this commissioning ceremony. Today we make another history in River State as we gather here to commission the 7th flyover constructed by the administration of His Excellency Chief Barrister Esenwo Nyesom Wike. This Orochiri Wokwu flyover junction, with all the service roads, turnarounds and roundabouts, closes the last gap of the Aba Expressway within Port Harcourt. In total, we have built 6 flyovers for River State along the Aba Expressway. The Rebisi and Rumo-Okpa flyover have been the first ones we started with. Next, we had the privilege to expanding and renovating the Rumo-Ola and Oro-Abali flyovers, as well as the new construction of the new GRE flyover. With the handover of today's flyover, the Aba Expressway is free to travel without obstruction. I can only repeat that we are very grateful to have again been given the opportunity to contribute to His Excellency's urban renewal program. Therefore, I want to say thank you to Your Excellency also on behalf of the entire executive management for once again trusting Julius Berger PLC for the realization of the project. Construction is a teamwork and cannot be done alone. Also, here was a professional team behind the execution, and I want to thank and highlight them. First of all, the Ministry of Works under the leadership of His Honorable Commissioner George Kelly and his entire team. And also my own project team under the leadership of Engineer Taner Özerkan and his entire team. And last but not least, a special thanks to the good people of River State, especially the host community here, for their support, patience and understanding during the construction time. Thank you very much, and God bless this project, and God bless you all. Thank you.
The contractor, Julius Berger representative there, just wrapped up the key significance of this project, with the formal inauguration of this Oroworuku Orochiri flyover at Waterline Junction. The entire Abaro stretch of the Aba-Port Harcourt Expressway is now free to traffic. And indeed, this being the 7th flyover as recounted by the Julius Berger PLC being the contractor, the state government has continued to unveil its development project expectedly intended to help deepen development and enhance the aesthetics of Port Harcourt, the capital of Rivers State.
Your Excellency, my dear brother, the performing governor of Lagos State, Babajide Sanwo-Olu, and members of their team that have graciously come here today to honor the people of the state. Your Excellency, the Deputy Governor of our dear state, right, the Honorable Speaker of the State House of Assembly, the National Chairman of our party, the South-South, the gubernatorial candidate of our party and your deputy, members of the National Assembly that are here, members of the State Assembly that are here, distinguished senators, our dear leaders, traditional rulers, particularly the Pararebsi, and members of your traditional council, our dear women, our dear youths, gentlemen of the press, ladies and gentlemen. Equals Bandmaker, Rebus Bandmaker, Orochis Bandmaker, Workos Bandmaker, Ndriyama, Your Excellency, on behalf of the government and people of the state, we most sincerely thank you for honoring our invitation in spite of the short notice that was given to you. When I called you that we want you to come and commission this Orochiri-Woruko flyover, you graciously accepted. I want to sincerely, on behalf of our people, thank you. So many people, since people knew that you were coming to commission this flyover, so many people have been saying, why did we invite Lagos State Governor? Why now? And I have asked them a question. When is the time stipulated for me to invite you to come and commission flyover? The Minister of Works, Fashola, was here. Governor of Ekiti State was here. Minister of Sports was here. Minister of Health was here. Vice President was here. So why is this one so worrying people? So those of you who want to have hypertension, have hypertension. I have no regret of inviting you to come and commission this project. So I'm very, very happy. Your Excellency, I read online this day where somebody was criticizing that Wike is possessed with the spirit of flyovers. That instead of him to pay salaries, pensioners, and gratuities, he's building flyovers everywhere. First of all, let me say, if there's one state that pays salary regularly, it is this state. Let me also say, every month we pay pensioners. Let me also state, since we have been paying gratuities, have you been hearing anybody talk again on radio? So no amount of blackmail. If you like, go to this day. If you like, go to Arise. Whatever you want to say, say. The people of the state are happy. And that's what matters to me. Now, instead of them to praise us that we're not taking the money as a government that's living, we are still commissioning and flagging off projects. So those of you who are not happy, well, you choose not to be happy. We will choose to be happy. And we are very happy. I thank God, and let me appreciate our people, because when we started the flyover projects, so many people are saying, will they complete it? Are you sure? And I told them, we will not make any promise without fulfilling the promises we have made. I thank God, we started from ABC flyover, we go to Coronado flyover, we go to Rumabaya flyover, we have gone to Rumala flyover, we have done Jari flyover, we have done Ubunaba flyover. This is the 7th one we are commissioning out of the 10 that we have awarded. By grace of God, September, we'll commission the 8th and 9th flyover by September this year. And then by December, we'll do it by April this year, before we leave office. So we are very proud of it, and I thank our people for the inconveniences they are passed through. Anybody who knew about this place where they call Waterline Junction, you know how horrible it was. But today, you can drive from Government House down to Eleme Junction within 6 minutes. And that will aid economy, commerce. People can move whenever they want to move. And that's what they call providing infrastructure with the development of these areas. First of all, those who have properties here, you can imagine what the property, if you want to sell now, what it will be. So I thank our people for giving Julius Berger the support. We have never had any problem where communities say, look, they must stop work. So we thank the Orochiri and other local communities for giving Julius Berger the needed support. And that's what government requires from all of us. And I want to tell our people, you know, our own campaign, we don't need to go out and tell people, this is our own campaign. Tell us what you have done. We will show you what we have done. Community by community. Local government by local government. So, we are very proud that we had this opportunity given to us by our people, and we did not disappoint our people, and we will not disappoint our people. Let everybody be assured that every project that we have embarked upon, like I've said before, will be completed before my successor and his deputy who are seated here. Let nobody make a mistake. My friend, the governor of Lagos State, let nobody tell you story that anybody will come here to win as governor of Rivers State. Far. This is what will be Mbadan. It will not happen. Will it happen? Will it happen? So people are contesting for contesting sake, and which is proper. Let it look that an election took place. But if it is that you want to win, please, just go home. Because we won't make that kind of mistake. Those who looted the treasure of the state will not come here to be governor of Rivers State. And I have challenged them. And there are some parties that are not even known. Some people are contesting under it. I don't understand. But we have not started politics yet. When we start, everybody will show Operation Show Your Report card. Operation Show Your Report card. And we will do anything for the interest of Rivers State. If you say Rivers State does not matter, Rivers State will tell you it does also matter. Do you understand me? At the appropriate time. If you don't like us, we will not like you. If you like us, we will like you. Not be so. If you fall for me, nobody will use our vote for nothing. Our vote will matter, and River State must benefit from anybody we are going to support. That is the truth of the matter. Politics now is no longer vote for somebody. What will you do for the people of River State? That is this. So people should be calm down. We are coming. We are coming. Nobody should panic. I'm fully in charge. I hope you know that. I am fully in charge. I'm not that kind of governor. Anybody can go to Abuja and hold meeting. I'm not that kind of governor. I'm fully in charge here. If you say I'm not in charge, put your head. If you say I'm not in charge, put your head. And see whether you will come out. So, all these big names, forget it. These are the people we are in charge. So, Mr. Governor, this is your home. Feel comfortable. Anytime I come to Lagos, I see what you are doing in Lagos. I'm so impressed. That's why I say you to come and see what we are doing. It has nothing to do with party. It has to do to compare notes. And that's the way we are supposed to work. Party is a vehicle that takes you to a destination. You come down. Right? You come down and show that you have the capacity to do something for our people. I'm sure our people know that we have that capacity, and we have shown that capacity. Just 2 weeks, we'll be commissioning, flagging up, commissioning, flagging up. Anybody who can do that, go and do it. Let us see. It is not by mouth. Whether you hate us or not, there's nothing you can do about it. Whether you like me or not, it is immaterial. Don't jealous us. You do your own. If you have what to do, call governors from other states. Call leaders from other states. Let them come and see what you have done and see what we have done. We are not ashamed. We are very happy that we are showcasing to the world what we have done and what we can do. So, those who are not happy that we are showcasing, you will have your own opportunity, because since you are not happy, you can't have this opportunity. Only one man will be governor, and that governor is from our party, and the candidate has emerged. So, let me use the opportunity and invite my dear brother, the performing governor of Lagos State, to please come and talk to your people and then commission Orochi Woruku Street flyover. Thank you, and God bless you.
Thank you very much. Please be seated. Your Excellency, my very good friend and a senior brother in governorship of our various states, Governor Yunsem Wike, CON, the Executive Governor of Rivers State. Your Excellency, Dr. Mrs. Ipalibo Harry Banigo, Deputy Governor, the Right Honorable Speaker of the Rivers State House of Assembly, Right Honorable Ukunyi Owaji Ibani. Acknowledge also the Deputy Speaker and other members of the Rivers State House of Assembly. Acknowledge Chief Dan Obi. Acknowledge members of the National Assembly that are here present. I warmly also welcome all of our traditional rulers, especially Eze Uche, Isaiah Eliku, the paramount ruler of Port Harcourt. Acknowledge chairmen of various local governments that are here today. And I also want to welcome and acknowledge very warmly members of my own entourage as well, members of the Lagos State Executive Council that are here to also see things for himself. Engineer Bangboshe Martins, Engineer Aramide Adeyoye, and Engineer Abimbola Akinjo. Acknowledge all the various community political leaders that are here, the great youths of Rivers State and Port Harcourt. Emeka O, gentlemen of the press, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. First, let me start by expressing how delighted I am here to be here in Port Harcourt. Port Harcourt, the city that has many, several dimensions to several people. I personally remember as a young man, over 32 years ago, when we used to walk in the creek, what Port Harcourt means to every oil worker, how it has been a bridge builder to each and every one of us. And I want to especially thank my dear brother and colleague, the governor of Rivers State, His Excellency Nyesom Ezonwo Wike, on the commissioning of the Orichiri Warunku flyover, which is built by your government, the Rivers State government. And so I bring you greetings and heartfelt, warm felicitations from the good people of the Center of Excellence, Lagos State. There's no gainsaying the fact that infrastructure delivery is one of the primary responsibilities of any serious government anywhere in the world. Government exists to improve the livelihood of its citizens, to improve the livelihood of its people, and more importantly, to provide things like infrastructure. Provide infrastructure in roads, provide infrastructure in education, in transportation, and in other areas. I would like to especially thank and commend my brother, Governor Wike, for his strong commitment to the delivery of fiscal infrastructure in the entire Rivers State. A commitment that has been recognized by all and all sundry, that has earned him the appellation Mr. Projects within and outside of Rivers State. You can hate him, you can like him. You see, you can hate a man, but you cannot hate what he has done. You cannot disbelieve what you have seen, even if you don't like a man's face. Governor Wike, thank you very much for providing good governance to your people. The Orochi Waruku flyover is just one of the several impactful projects that have been told you have done, and you have also rolled it out here this morning. I'm told that there are several around, and I can see it while driving here this morning. All completed, all ongoing, and new ones that you are going to be unveiling. I'm also aware that there are still several other projects that you have laid around to be commissioned in the course of this week. I want to thank you for good governance, and I want to commend you for your efforts thus far. As you can see, the flyover today is a design and implementation of an engineering masterpiece. Both the Honorable Commissioner and Messrs. Julius Baja, they've attested to that. And I want to say that indeed, Governor Wike is also a talk and do governor. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, Rivers and Lagos State share a lot in common. Of course, one of the first things we share in common is that we have rain, and it's coming down very soon. We are both densely populated. We are center of economic centers of our various regions. We have the challenge of rapidly growing population, huge urbanization, climate change, increased pressure on our fiscal infrastructure. We both enjoy fairly extensive coastline of water, but unlike river states, we do not have the crude oil. We do not have the opportunity of enjoying in derivation. But Lagos is coming, and I need to say that very clearly. People are drawn to Lagos and Port Harcourt as places where economic opportunities are abound, where dreams are fulfilled, where you can achieve your greatest aspiration in life, where youth can indeed wake up and turn to somebody tomorrow, where large number of people flocked into these two cities and they do well. Our approach to solving our challenges have also been similar, focusing on investing on projects that will ease the bottlenecks and that will expand the source of livelihood for our people, that will absorb the pressure and make life meaningful for its citizens. That is the example of what we're doing here today. And that is why I have also come here to validate that example. I have no doubt that improving the commuting experience of our people in Port Harcourt, and by extension, it will improve the quality of life of our citizens here. They will be spread less time on traffic gridlock, and they will also have a productive means of livelihood. And so Governor Nyesom Wike and I, we belong certainly in different political persuasions, but this invitation today sends a very strong signal of message that we as political leaders can indeed come together across political and ideological divide for the betterment and for the good governance of our people. This is what true leadership is all about. This is what purposeful leadership is about. This is what the dividend of democracy is about. The people that will be using this flyover will not ask you what political party you are from. They will not ask you what region or what ethnicity you are from. They will apply it knowing fully well that a responsible government has provided for them. Be it an Ikwere man, or a Calabari man, or an Ijaw woman, or from any part, Andoni, whatever part you come from, Port Harcourt or from Rivers, you will regardless pass through this journey and use this infrastructure. And for us, as a government, that is what we stand for. That is what we believe in. Just yesterday, for emphasis, I was also on a tour conducting members of the media on the rail projects we're doing. We inspected 4 overhead flyover bridges. We inspected 8 train stations. That is what purposeful governance is all about. Ensuring that you can improve the quality of life for your citizens. You can make their life a whole lot better, and ensuring that when you leave, people will have good things to talk about. There's also a lot we can learn from one another. We can do a lot of peer sharing. Experiences can translate from one part of the country to another. Lagos and Rivers share a number of similar contexts. It is imperative, therefore, that we put our hands to work. We roll up our sleeves and ensure that whatever divides us should not stand in the way of purposeful governance for our people. Whatever differences we might have must not stand in the way at ensuring that Nigerians, no matter where you come from, can indeed see that these are true and real leaders and can improve the quality of life of its citizens. The country is going through a lot of challenge right now, and so there's no time to waste. There is no idleness. We need to roll up our sleeves. We need to get to the work. We need to ensure that we can give hope for the hopeless. We can give hope for our youth, and they can truly, truly believe that the people in position of leadership today truly know how to ensure that their life can be a lot better than what it is today. And that's why I have made up my mind that when I see true leadership, when I see purposeful leadership, when I see genuine leadership, I will identify with you. Governor Wike has demonstrated that with us today. Are all in governance for the people to deliver on them the real dividends of democracy. There's no doubt that Governor Wike has used the last 7 years doing this. We are on our road to ensure that our own first 4 years will also be remarkable. On this note, therefore, ladies and gentlemen, let me enjoin the good people of Rivers State, from Amoko to Degema, from Buguma to Abonima, from Brass to Opobo, that indeed you have a worthy man, a worthy colleague that has indeed impacted in almost all facets of life. And therefore, on this note, let me once again congratulate the people of Rivers State on the path of yet another infrastructural masterpiece and a positive change to life. and that we believe will ultimately and critically springboard a better social and economic prosperity for the good people of Rivers State. And I have the sheer honor and pleasure to commission and to hand over the Orochiri Waroko flyover for the good people of Rivers State. Thank you very much. To the glory of God and to the benefit of mankind, to the benefit of the entire citizens of Rivers State and Nigeria in general, we hereby formally and officially declare open this flyover, Orochi Ochoroko Woroko Bridge flyover in Port Harcourt, Rivers State. Thank you very much. This is the unveiling, the construction of Orochiri Woroko flyover bridge, executed by the administration of His Excellency Nyoson Esson Wike, CON, Governor of Rivers State, commissioned today very, very warmly by Mr. Governor Babajide Olusola Sanwo-Olu, the Governor of Lagos State. Today, the 8th day of August 2022, to the glory of God and to the benefit of mankind. Thank you very much.
The national anthem.
It is a sincere pleasure to thank you for staying tuned to Africa's largest TV network, the NTA, here in the city of Port Harcourt, while the formal inauguration of Oro Orochiri flyover project at Waterlines Junction lasted. At this juncture, we'll be now rejoining our network studios for the continuation of other scheduled programs. On behalf of the outside broadcast crew, I'm Kingsley Amajiri. Good afternoon.
Then NTAI. You can also download the iOS or Android app on your mobile devices to watch NTA International on the go, anywhere in the world. NTA International, your window to the world.
to every politician as the campaigns gain momentum and passions begin to rise. Remember, the errors of your opponents do not make you a success. Do not run down your opponent and inflame passions to violence between and among your supporters. What counts is what you plan to do for the electorate.